Destin 1, 2, 3. Okay, good morning. Welcome to the Public Service Commission's administrative meeting for September 4th, 2024. First item is approve the minutes of our last meeting, which was August 21st, 2024. Commissioner Sushman.
Aye.
Commissioner Barvik.
Aye.
Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye.
Morning, Mr. Chair. There are 4 items on today's consent agenda. Item number 1 is a notice of reorganization from Quantum Telecommunications, Inc. Item number 2 is a notice of name change from Source One, Inc. Item number 3 is a request for approval to transfer indirect ownership from Windstream Parent, Inc. and Unity Group, Inc. And item number 4 is a request from the University of Maryland College Park for an exemption from a CPCN.
Okay, regarding item 1, I move that we note the reorganization. Commissioner Sushman.
Aye.
Commissioner Barvik.
Aye.
Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye. Item 2, I move that we note the filing. Commissioner Sushman.
Aye.
Commissioner Barvik. Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye. Item 3, I move that we approve the transaction. Commissioner Sushman.
Aye.
Commissioner Barvik.
Aye.
Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye. And regarding item 4, I think we actually have a couple of questions for any of the folks that are here from University of Maryland. So if you want to just come forward but actually, I mean, if the two of you are together, you can actually just come to the table. So. I guess I'll need you to identify yourselves because we're live streaming this. So.
Sure. I'm Susan Corey. I'm the Director of Engineering and Energy at the University of Maryland.
Daniel Kaiser, Associate General Counsel, University of Maryland.
Okay. So, Commissioner Sushman.
Okay, so good morning. I'm actually glad that you're here because then I would have all these questions for staff and they probably would tell me that they would have to get back to me. So hopefully you'll be able to answer my questions. And I don't have an issue with approving the request, but I did want to talk to you about changing out the CHP facility for a much more conventional facility. And I do remember when the CHP facility was put in place, and there was a lot of fanfare, and it's a good thing because there's efficiency gains from capturing the waste heat. And so I feel like you're going backwards a little. So tell me how you're not going backwards in this proposal.
Okay, I can talk about that. So we are reducing the capacity of the system significantly from 27.5 megawatts to 16.5 megawatts. And while it is still fossil fuel based, dual fuel based, fossil fuel and fuel oil, we felt at this time the system is capable of burning hydrogen once hydrogen becomes commercially available. But with this, we're reducing the capacity, reducing emissions by about 23% from our current system. So it is a reduction in overall emissions while still being able to meet the needs, the energy needs of the campus.
Okay, so you're not replacing. So you have a 27 megawatt facility. You're replacing it with a 16.5 megawatt facility. Are you replacing is it that you have just less need for energy, or are you replacing it with system energy? Are you sort of going off the PEPCO system?
So it's a reduction in our steam load because part of the project, unrelated to the CPCN waiver, is electrifying one of our major chiller plants. So we don't need that steam, which is fossil fuel based. So that reduces the need for that steam capacity, and we're moving towards more electrification for our campus.
Okay, that was my other question, was the steam aspect of it. And had you thought about replacing 27 megawatts with 25, which was sort of the cap? Was there a reason to go to 16.5 as opposed to something?
We worked with our partners to find a proper balance, again, balancing the steam need with the electric loads. So part of the assessment at the time was, looking at total electrification of our thermal load as well. But because of the need for a separate substation and the time needed to develop and build that substation, the kind of interim step in our decarbonization plan overall was a reduction in the capacity of the plant.
Okay, so in terms of a reduction in carbon-based fuel, where is University of Maryland going?
So right now we're actively pursuing renewable natural gas as an alternative fuel for the plant itself. And again, we're lowering, according to our decarbonization goals, we are trying to move away, but also identify an alternate fuel source for our thermal load. That's always been a challenge is, the heating, the steam, and what we replace that with. So as part of that, we reviewed, going to low temp hot water as an alternative heating source. And, we will continue to look at that, but that's going to take time to develop those low temp heating plants as well as make the modifications to our building systems to accept that.
Okay, so what is your source then now for the steam needs?
The source will be the plant.
The plant itself. Okay.
That'll
All
be
right.
the sole source.
Thank you. That was helpful. Thank
Sure.
you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Everybody else okay? All right. So with that, I move we approve the application for a CPCN exemption. Commissioner Sussman.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbe.
Aye.
Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye.
Mr. Chair, item number 5 on the administrative agenda is an application from Fiber Connect LLC for authority to provide facilities-based local exchange telecommunications services.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Alden Manka on behalf of staff. On July 11, 2024, Fiber Connect LLC filed an application for operating authority to provide facilities-based local exchange services in Maryland. The company states it will be providing access services to other carriers. The company does not have plans at this time to provide dial tone service. The company has previously been authorized to provide service in Virginia. A grant of operating authority would increase the availability of competitive access telecommunication services in Maryland for customers. Staff recommends the Commission grant the requested operating authority and grant the requested COMAR waivers. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Any questions? All right. I move that we grant the requested operating authority and grant the requested COMAR waivers. Commissioner Sussman.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbe.
Aye.
Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye.
Item number 6 is a request from the Potomac Edison Company for a CPCN waiver.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Christopher Lowe on behalf of staff. On July 12, 2024, Potomac Edison filed a request with the Commission for a waiver of the CPCN requirement as set forth in the PUA Section 7-207B4I to install a short transmission line loop from the existing Garrett to Richley 130 kV line into Dan's Mountain Substation in Allegheny County, Maryland. In PUA Section 7-207, an electric company is required to obtain a CPCN prior to commencing construction of an overhead transmission line that's designed to carry a voltage in excess of 69 kV. The section further states that the Commission shall waive the CPCN requirement should it find that the construction does not require the company to obtain new property or rights of way through eminent domain, or require larger or higher structures to accommodate increased voltage or larger conductors. Dan's Mountain Wind Force is constructing a 55 megawatts onshore wind generating facility in Maryland. This project will allow Potomac Edison to provide electric service to this facility. The project will include installing a 250-foot-long transmission line loop and 4 new structures. Construction is set to begin on October 1st, 2024, and the project is expected to be completed by November 22nd, 2024. Staff concludes that the statutory requirement under PUA 7-207B4I for obtaining a waiver of the CPCN requirement is satisfied. However, if the Commission determines that the project should not be granted a waiver under this statutory provision, the project may also qualify for a discretionary waiver under PUA Section 7-207B3II. As discussed in staff's comments, staff believes that good cause also exists to support approval of the waiver for the project under this section. Staff recommends that the Commission grant Potomac Edison's request for the waiver of the CPCN requirement under PUA Section 7-207B4I to install a short line loop from the existing Garrett to Richley 130 kV line into Dance Mountain Substation. Thank you.
So, any questions for staff? So, anybody here from Power Plant Research Program? Did they sign off on this? I mean, do we know?
Good morning,
Sure.
Commissioners, Chair Hoover. Joey Chen on behalf of Potomac Edison, and here with me is Travis Turner, one of our engineers. To answer your question, we did not receive any objection or challenge, additional comments from PPRP.
Okay, so I'm assuming that means that they're okay with what you want to do. So,
No, I discussed this with one of their attorneys last week, and they were aware of the item.
okay, all right, fair enough. So, any questions for the company? Actually, one question. Is there already a wind project in Dan's Mountain? I mean, I have some vague recollection in my mind that there's already something out there, right?
So there is a wind project in the Allegheny County area, in the Potomac Edison service territory. I think the Dan's Mountain project, if I believe, is a second wind facility. This was the one that made its way
Sure.
through Maryland ports.
Okay, all right. All right, with that, I move that we grant the company's request for a waiver of the CPCN under the Public Utilities Article 7-207B4I to install a short line loop from the existing Garrett Ridgely 138 kV line into the WindForce proposed Dan Mountain substation. Commissioner Sushman.
Aye.
Commissioner Barve.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
I vote aye.
Item number 7 consists of revised tariff pages from Potomac Electric Power Company updating RDM rates.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Eric Delgado on behalf of staff. On July 31st, 2024, the Potomac Electric Power Company, PEPCO, filed proposed tariff revisions to update its revenue deferral mechanism rider RDM rates. The proposed rates are designed to recover authorized deferred revenue from April 2024 through June 2024. Per the unanimous settlement agreement to case number 9702, PEPCO agreed to extend the procedural schedule of its second multi-year rate plan application by 90 days under the stipulation that a revenue deferral mechanism would be established to recover deferred revenue. The deferred revenue amount for the period beginning in April 2024 through June 2024 is approximately $13.8 million. The deferred revenue amount is the difference between the settlement rates and the rates approved in the Commission's final order to case number 9702. The period to recover the $13.8 million is from September 1st, 2024 through March 31st, 2025. As a result of the true-up, a residential customer with average monthly usage can expect a bill impact of $3.35 during the summer months, which would be reduced to $2.01 during the winter months of the recovery period. The temporary increase in customer bills is due to the approximately $7.8 million of deferred revenue for the deferral period. Staff continues to recommend that the Commission approve PEPCO's proposed RDM rates for the recovery period September 1st, 2024 through March 31st, 2025. And that the Commission approve the company's revised filing submitted on August 30th, 2024. The revised filing does not impact the rates approved by the Commission by letter order on August 28th, 2024. The revised filing corrects a clerical error on the tariff submitted in the company's initial filing. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for staff?
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Taylor Beckham here on behalf of Potomac Electric Power Company. We have nothing additional to add, just asking that the commission reaffirm its order letter order of August 28th.
And
you.
the person standing behind you, is that she one of your people or is she?
Yes, this
Oh,
is.
okay. That's fine. I just didn't know if she was representing somebody else. So, all right. Any questions for the company? All right. With that, I move we approve the company's calculation of authorized deferred revenues and its proposed tariff revisions to rider RDM, which correspond to the revenue recovery period beginning September 1, 2024 through March 31st, 2025, with an effective date of September 1, 2024. Commissioner Sushman.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbe.
Aye.
Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye.
Mr. Chair, item number 8 consists of items 8 through 10 concern electric vehicle MUD filings.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Drew McAuliffe on behalf of staff. One quick typo just to cover. On staff's BGE comments on page 3, there are 2 references to Schedule R. It's in the second full paragraph. Both of those should be Schedule G, just to make that clear. So on July 17th, 2024, Baltimore Gas and Electric Company, Potomac Electric Power Company, Delmarva Power and Light Company, and Potomac Edison Company filed tariff revisions in order to comply with Commission Order Number 90984, issued on January 17th, 2024, in case number 9478. These tariff revisions allow separately metered EV charging stations at multi-unit dwelling locations to qualify for rates similar to the various utilities' residential rates. Staff believes each utility has complied with the directives in Commission Order 90984 to, quote, develop a MUD rate design that is more appropriately developed for residential customers and shifts away from demand charges. These proposals must also consider fairness and price signals and be developed in conjunction with the PC44 EV workgroup as well. However, each utility has different proposals to comply with the Commission order. PE has proposed to establish a new rate schedule, Multifamily Home Electric Vehicle Charging Service, MFHEV, which allows multifamily dwelling customers to charge their EV at the exact same rates as Schedule R residential customers. Additionally, PE will allow MUD EV chargers to also qualify for the electric vehicle charger time of use rider as well, if they wish to do so. PEPCO and DPL have proposed to allow separately metered EV charging at MUD locations to qualify for their schedule residential time of use program rate, RTOUP. This proposal, as modified by staff, complies with the Commission directives in 90984. And to do so, staff recommends that PEPCO and DPL tariff be further revised to also allow MUD customers to qualify for the Schedule R residential rates as well as the TOU rate, because residential EV customers at this time are not required to use time of use rates. BGE has proposed tariff revisions to allow separately metered EV charging at MUD locations to qualify for their general service small time of use rate. This is a commercial rate class. Staff also believes this complies with the Commission order. However, as similar with PEPCO and DPL, staff recommends that the tariff be further revised to allow these MUD customers to qualify for BGE's Schedule G, which is a non-time of use commercial rate. Staff believes that BGE's proposal, which uses commercial rates, as modified by staff, complies with the Commission order because it removes demand. There are no demand charges for these classes. However, if the Commission requires BGE to use residential rates, staff has no objection. In order to make BGE's offering similar to the other utilities, BGE would have to offer both its Schedule R and Schedule EV to MUD customers, because the Schedule EV requires TOU rates, whereas the Schedule R does not. Staff recommend that the Commission accept BGE, DPL, and PEPCO's proposed tariff revisions as modified by staff, and require those utilities to file clean copies of the tariffs for filing with effective date of September 4th, 2024. For PE, there needs to be a slight change in the recommendation because PE will need time to implement the IT changes for its new rate schedule. Therefore, staff recommends Commission accept PE's proposed tariff revision for filing with an effective date 6 months after the Commission issues its order for this matter. Thank you. thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Any questions for staff? Actually, so there's one for, so essentially we have 3 variations of this MUD proposal: PE's version, BG&E's version, and the Delmarva Pepco version. So does it make sense to have 3 different ones, or should we have one uniform way of doing this?
There's argument for having different versions. So, for example, BGE in their filing discussed how, if EVs proliferate, there could be issues where you're with cost allocation. So, for example, with the Pepco and Delmarva, they'll just be treating these customers as quote unquote residential customers. So, depending how their systems are set up, they could start allocating costs to those customers, as time goes on, and as, there are more and more EVs, the usage of those stations will increase. So therefore you'll begin to allocate more class to residential customers who really aren't incurring any extra usage. So that's why BG proposed, hey, we're going to use our commercial rates that don't have demand charges, so we don't have this issue of subsidization between the various rate classes. And then you have PE, who's proposing a new class, which kind of resolves that issue specifically of cost allocation, but then there's the cost and the time it takes to implement it as well. Staff thinks it's reasonable for the various utilities to do it different ways. I mean, they all essentially achieve the same goal of getting rid of demand charges and charging the same residential rate. So while, for example, PE's creating a new class, but they're using the exact same rates that they do for the residential class. And as the commission's well aware, the utilities kind of have different ways of doing everything, so I'm not necessarily sure a across-the-board change is necessary for all of them.
Commissioner Richard.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question, and I thought I'd just ask it at the beginning here about the time of use rates and the recommendation that we provide an option. And I recognize at this point we're trying to do what we can to increase the amount of availability of the to charging infrastructure for the MUDs. But again, I think we've also in the pilot have acknowledged that there's an importance to looking at managed charging and also the impacts on the distribution system. And time of use rates is something I think that one of those bedrock, I guess, actions we can take to try to promote that. So I'd just like to get your comment. I'd like to hear all the parties' comments too. And how can we move in the direction so that we're not kind of in this place? Well, for fairness reasons, we shouldn't, make that a requirement here, but move in the direction that as we get through this pilot, that we try to, again, have time of use rates. So again, we have the benefits of, not having the impacts on the system.
Sure. Yeah, staff is 100% supportive of time of use rates, particularly for EV usage. Yeah, I guess for us it really was an issue of the, equity and fairness because residential customers are not required at this point. I mean, if ever down the road residential customers were required, at least just for their EV usage, to be on a time of use rate, I don't think staff would have any issue also moving that to MUD customers as well. It's just, if we're not forcing residential customers, why are we forcing the MUD customers?
Okay, and again, I agree with that, especially for today's decision. I'm in support of all the recommendations from parties, but it does concern me that, okay, well, how do we again, as we're trying to move through this pilot, learn all we can, but come up with policies so that we are cognizant of the impacts on the system and what the impacts will be as we hopefully achieve our goal of more EVs on the system. So,
Sure. Yeah, and I think customer education is also a big part of that. EVs are still relatively new for most people, and they may not even understand what a time of use rate is. So, I think unfortunately we need a little more time to educate customers on the importance of charging off peak.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And then again, I just wanted to, again, hopefully all the parties maybe have some comment on that because, again, today's decision, I think we need to move forward as recommended. I do get concerned, though, about as we have more and more EVs on the system, having those mitigating policies on impact. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Barbe.
Not so much a question as it is that since there are three slightly different methodologies being, pardon me, proposed here, I presume that our staff is going to keep an eye on this and make evaluations as to what works and what does not work, so that we, in the future, if we decide to make a decision to impose a single methodology, we'll do it from a place of knowledge.
Of course.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Sushman.
So, good morning, Mr. McAuliffe. A couple questions. So BG is proposing to put the MUD charger customers on the GS schedule.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a sense of the difference in rates between GS and the residential for BG?
Yes. So, Table 1 in staff's comments has those rates. So, for residential, at least the distribution rate is 4.58 cents. For GS, it's 0.039. So 3.95 cents a kilowatt hour. And G is 4.5 cents per kilowatt hour.
Okay, so that it would be cheaper to be on the GS schedule for the EV MUD.
It's possible. So the customer charges are about double for GS compared to R, to residential. G, it's a bit less. So staff is obviously also requesting that G be made available as well. So G, the customer charge is $14.55. GS, it's $18.60 for residential, and BG's EV residential class, it's $9.30. The customer charge. Then the distribution rates for G and R are about the same, and GS is lower than R and G. But GS is that one that's time of use. So the supply, you have to be on time of use. So there are obviously higher peak rates for the supply usage.
Okay.
So it can vary, but they'd be very similar, I guess is
Okay.
long story
But if
short.
they went on to the residential schedule, they'd have to create. Is there a time of use rate that they can tap into for the residential for
yes,
EV?
it would be that schedule EV. Is
Okay.
Staff's recommendation.
Okay. For customers that are then separately metered and this is for all of the companies, can the customer take advantage of managed charging?
That really wasn't discussed. I'm sure that they could. So any MUD charger for all the utilities has to be separately metered to even qualify for these rates.
Right.
So that really wasn't discussed.
So I guess
Utilities-
when the companies come up, I would like to have an answer to that question, because that is some of what we're looking at now, and there's an opportunity for additional value for customers that are participating in EV charging programs. So sort of following up with Commissioner Richards' comments about the value of TOU, and I understand the equities around putting residential customers on the same footing, whether they're in multi-unit dwellings or not, and providing opportunity for customers who don't want to be on TOU to be on a flat rate. But I'm wondering if there's a value to having an opt-out, so that the assumption is sort of anybody from the multi-unit dwellings wanting to be on the separate schedule to assume that they're going to be on a time of use rate, but then they can easily opt out. And I think this would sort of force customers to then think about the value of it. I mean, they still have the opportunity to opt out if they want to, but it also sort of makes clear that it's at least my preference that customers think about the impact that their charging is having on the system. And the last thing we want to do is have to build out distribution systems that we don't have to build out if we have an opportunity to manage them, either through a managed charging program or through time of use rates.
Sure. Yeah. So an opt-out was an option. I guess staff was a little concerned just from the comments of the work group and others that these property owners, or whether there's like a board of directors for some of these properties, get start hesitating when they're not sure how to determine what the bill will be. So if they're on an on-peak rate, they may.
So
they
it
may
would
not
have
get-
to be everybody in the multi-unit dwelling would have to make a choice. So they,
Well, so it's the property. So that's also another part of this time of use rate issue here. So the folks who are going to use the chargers, under staff's understanding, don't get to choose, at least under 3 of the 4 utilities. PE did say a customer, but they'd have to make an agreement with the property developer, could like install their own charger at the multi-unit dwelling, but that seems a little complicated in my opinion. But so yeah, the property owner is the one who chooses. It's not the customers who are going to charge their EVs. So it's really their decision. So if they are confused by how the time of use rates work and are just unable to determine, well, how much is this going to cost me a month or per month or per year, they may hesitate and not even put the chargers in. Is what we've heard from.
but if you give an opt-out, then they're gonna they would choose. They would have to choose anyway
Sure.
if they're given a choice of 2 different approaches, time of use or not time of use. So if you have an opt-out, it may actually force them to give some further consideration to time of use. But they will make a decision, and they're going to make a decision for everybody in the unit.
Yes.
Okay, and so I'm assuming with managed charging, then it would be managed charging for everybody in the building. Okay.
Yes, I would assume that as well.
Okay, so when the rest of the folks come up, I wouldn't mind you also responding to the potential for an opt-out as opposed to just, I understand, the matters of equity sort of point in favor of putting them all on the same footing as residential customers and private dwellings, but we do have an obligation to the grid as well. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, OPC.
Morning, Chair Hoover, Commissioners. Mark Shebus for Office of People's Counsel. We, like staff, support the utilities proposal. But first, before I get into our comments, I want to first acknowledge and thank Mr. Borkowski, Mr. Hartman, Mr. Verchinsky, who commented but isn't here today. They've done really great work bringing this issue to our attention, at least OPC's. We were well aware of some of the barriers and challenges with respect to multifamily EV charging before we were aware of this demand charge issue, but we were not aware of the demand charge issue. So Mr. Borkowski had firsthand knowledge. He and Mr. Hartman and Mr. Verchinsky were good advocates in sort of informing us of the issue and sort of helping to move the rates to where they are today. So I just want to thank them first. Like staff, OPC supports the utilities proposals with the additional provision that the Exelon utilities make non-time of use rates available to customers as staff described. And this is, we agree this is a tricky issue. We would like all EV charging to be done on time of use rates ideally. I think the problem is sort of that, as Mr. McAuliffe just pointed out, it's the building owner that will have this meter, be responsible for paying it, and get to choose whether it's a time of use rate or a non-time of use rate that is supplying the charging. At the same time, the building owner gets to decide how much to charge customers when they charge and exactly what is communicated to customers about whether time of use rates are being paid or not. I think that the case for a sort of, and Commissioner Suchman, to your question, specifically on whether when a multifamily building installs a new charger, they should be defaulted onto the time of use rate with an opportunity to opt out of it. I think OPC would be open to that if there is adequate education and information provided by the utilities to the building owners. And I think part of that information would also have to be a requirement that the building owners provide information to the customers. And that gets tricky because the commission doesn't have jurisdiction over the building owners, only over the utilities providing the rates. I think the argument for right now, and this, Commissioner Richard, this goes to your question too about how do we get this started. The argument for time of use rates in multifamily right now, I think, is stronger with respect to utility-owned stations. because there, customers are directly paying a utility rate in a way that they're not when the charging stations are owned by third parties and they are deciding what to charge customers. So I think, right now it's 18 cents kilowatt hour that customers charging at public charging station owned by the utilities are paying, and that same rate, I believe, applies across the board for utility-owned stations in multifamily dwellings. So that particular segment of multifamily charging, I think, it would be easy for the utilities to communicate to customers the difference in rates as between on-peak and off-peak in a way that wouldn't necessarily happen with chargers that are owned by third party. There is certainly an economics-based argument for having time of use rates for all multifamily EV charging. There's an economics-based argument for all EV charging, whether single-family homes or not. But the other complication is the communication of the rate to the customer. Again, in multifamily dwellings, the building owner will decide with, in conjunction with the charging equipment provider, what rate to charge. They could very well choose to say, okay, we're paying a time of use rate, and we're gonna arrange for those rates to be paid by charging customers exactly on the same periods. But based on the information that the utilities have provided in their semi-annual reports, it's not clear that any multifamily building owners are currently doing that. And OPC included in our comments some information about the different rates that building owners are charging. And I think and Mr. Borkowski, as somebody who's been involved in this space, can probably speak to this more, but my sense is that multifamily owners have very different approaches to providing charging to their tenants. Some view it as a perk and offer it for free. Others may see it as an opportunity to make some money if they can charge more to their customers than they're paying in rates. So they're just complicating factors that that don't necessarily caution against an opt-out for multifamily, but I think would necessitate that if it were to be an opt-out, we would want the utilities to provide very clear information we want them to provide clear information anyway, that's part of OPC's comments, but also for the building owner to communicate the rates to the people charging. And again, the complication there is a jurisdictional one. The commission cannot directly direct a building owner to do that in the way it can direct a utility to do something. I think I've covered most of my points, but in our first comment, the second comment just goes a little bit deeper into the education piece. In some states, utilities have developed specific toolkits and guides for multifamily building owners. We think there's a good argument for doing that here. In other states, it's the Department of Environmental Protection, perhaps an equivalent of the Maryland Energy Administration that's done that. We think that's a gap right now in Maryland, and there are certainly, with all these challenges that we've heard about in terms of getting charging into multifamily dwellings, we think it would be good for the commission to sort of direct the utilities to develop those tools for their websites, and when these rates are finalized and they're reaching out to building owners, to really provide building owners with clear information about the impacts of these rates. And we had a specific recommendation for the time of use rates to the extent that that is part of the mix, because the bill that the building owner will pay will depend on the behavior of the charging owners, which is something, or the car owners, which the building owner can't necessarily control. We think that for time of use rates, the building owner should be provided with a range of what those time of use rates could cost. And our suggestion was, well, let's give an estimate of 100% off-peak charging, 100% on-peak charging, and then sort of charging that reflects the current average of EV charging within the utility service territory. BGE, the way it calculated its rate impacts, it did something similar to that third option, the sort of average, but not quite the same, and they can speak in detail to exactly what they did. But again, the main point is that time of use rates present complications in the multifamily space that they don't currently in the single family space. One more, which I think we included in a footnote, is that for drivers who live in multifamily buildings, they will not necessarily have as much load flexibility as people who live in single family homes. If you have a garage and you have a charger there, you can plug in your car at an on-peak time, program it to charge at an off-peak time, and nobody's going to interfere with your charging. If you have a multifamily building that has, for instance, only 2 EV charging spaces and 7 people who have to charge their EVs, well, any given night, only 2 people are going to be able to charge overnight. And if one of those other owners needs kilowatt hours in his car, he's going to have to charge during an on-peak time, perhaps. At least as long as there are fewer charging devices than there are EVs in the building. But because of these various complications that the time of use rates present, we think that it's incumbent on the utilities and incumbent on the commission to direct the utilities to provide really clear and comprehensive information about the impacts of these rates. And we would like to see the utilities encourage building owners to embrace the time of use rates if they're not opt-out, but then also to provide the clear information that the tenants need to understand what they're going to be charged for their charging. So I will stop there. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Commissioner Sussman?
So actually, I really appreciate the comments about the challenges for time of use, and I'm assuming that the work group is continuing to work on these issues even after we make decisions on this. So perhaps taking back the challenges of finding a way to effectively do time of use in a multi-unit building, and, to the extent that they come up with technologies that can pinpoint when you're charging. I certainly don't want to inhibit building owners from putting charging stations in because we have this other agenda. We can do both, but we can sort of do it step by step. But I think, and I'm happy to hear from others about the issues around time of use charging. Certainly, we don't want to discourage these units from coming in, because I think that is the most important piece right now, is to get the charging units in the multi-unit family buildings, and then we can deal with some of these rate design issues later. So, thank you.
Commissioner Richard?
Actually, I think Commissioner Suchman said very well what I was going to say. But again, I think this is an important issue that we need to continue to have our work group look at. When especially we're talking about now, we're trying to get this pilot, get our program in Maryland off to a good start. And so I think first we need to get this infrastructure in as many places as possible, including the MUDs. But again, if we're looking at a 2035 date where possibility Maryland will only be selling electric vehicles, I think if we don't get it right now, we're going to be causing a lot of harm to our distribution system in the future, or making it really prohibitively expensive. So I would just agree. Let's try to figure this out, and what kind of incentives can we provide to building owners? I know in some cases I think these are subcontracted to companies like Blink, and perhaps it's if it's a utility subsidized program, then we ought to look for ways to provide the type of infrastructure that we can have principles of managed charging and also time of use rates. So again, just fully agree with what Commissioner Suchman said.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate both your comments. And I do think that time of use rates will continue to be discussed in the work group. In fact, I think it's part of the agenda for the next work group meeting. So I think, yeah, that conversation can go in various different directions depending on how the commission directs it.
But I take it there's nobody from the multi-unit property owners in the work group, correct?
I don't believe so. We have some folks who've dealt with that issue before, but I don't know that we have any property owners
And-
per se.
And nobody really regulates rental property entities, right? I mean, but aside from that, so.
Yeah, I mean, there's the right to charge law that sort of governs the way in which building owners have to make charging available if a tenant wants it, but that doesn't get into these sorts of issues.
I guess I'm a little concerned about, because this has been, ever since we got into EVs, the multifamily unit thing has been a problem, because, various incentives never really work to, get these guys off the dime, particularly the ones that have existing facilities. The carrots didn't seem to mean anything to them. Even, saying, hey, look, we'll just put it in, own it, we'll operate it, and you won't have to do anything. Even that didn't seem to have much with it. So I'm a little concerned about requirements, the utility trying to either require or encourage the property owner to provide, this information to the tenants, how effective that's really going to be. All right. Well, let me, all right, well, thanks for your comments. Let me turn to Mr. Hartman and Mr. Borowski. And why don't the two of you just come to the table there and just tell us what you think. So. Oh, and I didn't realize you were here. So, Mr. Brzezinski, go ahead, too. So.
We go first?
Yeah.
Good morning, Robert Borkowski. Chairman Hoover and fellow commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to give my feedback and comments. I'd like to introduce myself. I hope you don't mind repeating myself. This is my fourth time here, which I appreciate it. First of all, I'd like to thank the Public Service Commissions for recognizing the urgency and the need for the dedicated electric tariffs for the multi-dwelling units. My family and I are glad to call Maryland our home for the last 19 years. We lived in condominium for 10 years, and then last years we've been living in a single-family house. Just like United States and Maryland, we have our own plan to be energy independent. It's a little bit different, a little bit smaller in scale versus 600,000 EVs by 2030. So we started executing our plan in 2018 by installing the photovoltaic solar panels on our roof and a home battery backup system. After first heating season, we dumped our heating oil system and we installed and retrofit our home with geothermal for HVAC for heating and cooling. Fast forward 2021, we got our first EV, and last year we got our second EV, so our household is 100% EV, with one exception. My daughter always points out that always also has a lawnmower that's internal combustion. Yes, so there's still room for improvement. So at that time, when we actually got the EVs, we have our home charging. I realized that the home EV charging is the cornerstone of the massive EV adoption. So for the mods, EV charging infrastructure is a necessity, even though a lot of individuals might consider this a luxury still item. I disagree with that. I was successful while I was actually serving the board of directors for over 10 years at Clarksburg Condominium 2. Clarksburg Condominium 2. We have installed 6 EV charging stations. The site has a capacity to expand 11 more, additional one if the need arrives. We were actually the recipients of 2 EV rebates, one from Maryland Energy Administration and one from Potomac Edison. And I'll encourage that those plans for the incentive will still live for many, many years because we're still in the early adopters. Because without those rebates, our association would not be able to install the charging stations. After the installation, we did celebrate. We had our ribbon cutting ceremony. Unfortunately, that celebration abruptly ended after we received our first electrical bill for the charging stations. Our average cost for electricity that month was 43 cents per kilowatt hour. That's 43 cents. That's 3 times as much as the residential ratepayers pay. So during that time when we installed it, I was the one administrating, and I was actively trying to get the cost down. But our projections were showing that the association was about $2,000 a year as is. So I had to do drastic changes. I had to suffocate the EV charging stations by power sharing all 6 of them among 10,000 watts. So 10,000 watts was the maximum that all 6 chargers would tap into it. So there is an urgent need for dedicated multi-unit dwelling EV tariffs. So there are 3 points I would like to simplify it. One, it has to be simple, such as Schedule R for residential family, like Schedule R or Schedule G that was mentioned by the PSC staff. Easy to comprehend by the board of directors or the building owners. The cost of the electricity has to be predictable and affordable without any type of the demand charges or any variable fees that might be out there. And the third point would be that we need to send a price signal to encourage level 2 charging versus DC fast charging. Because if we do not have DC fast charging available, let's say there's a 20 EVs at the building, those individuals will be actually forced to do DC fast charging. So you can imagine what type of a load would do 20 EVs charging and DC fast charging at the same time versus 20 EVs charging at the same time at level 2. And then I would like to encourage the commission to recommend the staff's and OPC's recommendations, and that they require that the utilities require the Schedule R or equivalent to the residential EV charging. And if I might just end up at the time of use, I'll be more than happy to give more detailed explanation about the time of use. I don't believe the time of use is, we are ready for the time of use right now as the requirement. The one key point is we do not have the technology today. We do not have the national communication standards between the utilities and the EVSC providers, meaning that when there is a different time or different cost, there is no automatic signal from the utility to the EV charging stations to actually provide that information to the EV owner that's plugged it in. If we have that, 100% time of use would be the best candidate to do that. And I would like to point out that I would like to give a lot of credit for Potomac Edison for, I don't know how they do it, but they pretty much understood our pains when it comes to the tariffs, and they did provide the Schedule R for multi-dwelling units. So thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hartman.
My name is Lanny Hartman. I live in Columbia, Maryland, and charging for people who don't have their own dedicated driveway or garage, I believe is one of the biggest impediments to electric vehicles. And as was pointed out, in a few short years, the requirement for Maryland auto dealers to sell electric cars starts at, I think, 27% and goes up from there. The alternative for people that don't have charging at home is often DC fast charging, a supercharger nearby. The first Tesla supercharger with 12 stalls just opened in Howard County, and that thing has been flooded by people who don't have charging at home, who've been stringing cords across their sidewalk or doing whatever they can. As I look at things through a practical lens from my point of view as an EV driver, and one of the challenges with time of use, I'm afraid, is going to be apartment and condo management companies that are going to have to referee fights between their residents, because people are going to want to use that limited resource of the charging station at the time at night when it is cheaper. And as Paul and I have observed when we go out and talk to homeowners associations and those boards, that just the least bit of friction will turn them off. They just like, well, we don't have to do this, we won't do it. So that's a practical matter that I see that to be aware of. And one other thing is that charging outside of residential rates is subject to Maryland sales and use tax, 6%. And as of a couple months ago, that the legislature has mandated that the sales and use tax from public EV charging goes to the Transportation Trust Fund. So that's one other advantage that residential charging has over people that would have to depend on public charging. And I'm not sure how these tariffs would technically apply to being subject to that sales and use tax, but that's another thing to be aware of. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Brzezinski.
Good morning, Chair Hoover, Commissioners. You have my comments that I filed on August the 12th. I found it very interesting that it took a while for Mr. McCoffey to explain the G rates. Now, imagine trying to do that to an HOA board. I mean, it's really convoluted, is the only way to put it. And as I said in my comments, we should only do our rates. They're easily understandable. And I do want to point out, Lanny has talked about the taxes. Well, there's another one that's not part of what happens to me as a single family where my EVSE is behind the meter. That is, you would be requiring a meter for every EVSE that's put out there. That's $9 a month that I'm not paying because mine is behind the meter. You know, it's like another dryer or something. So you're automatically also disadvantaging MUDs. Now I want to be very clear on what I consider to be MUDs. People say, well, there's one property owner. Well, that's not true. MUDs are basically of three different types. One, you have apartments where, yes, there is one owner. Second, you have condos in one building, but you have multiple owners in that building. It's not owned by one. And then you've got a third category. I mean, this is a complicated area, and I've seen that from 2019 when I started focusing on this. Third area is homeowners association. Typically, those are townhouses where you again have multiple owners, but the way people own where their parking is can be commonly owned by the HOA, or it could be individually owned depending on how that HOA was initially set up. So we're dealing, in my mind, with all three of these types, and trying to get them educated is a very, very tall order. I sat on an HOA board that had 13,000 units, and we had some 16 what I would term sub-HOAs. And in spite of talking to HOA boards, none of them picked up on doing rebates, or turnkey for that matter. I mean, their feeling was, well, we won't do this until somebody really starts beating on us. So I feel that this is still early days. The time of use, I think, is a good idea, but there are so few that are now in multi-use dwellings that I think it may be premature to really head in that direction. And I think the EV work group should kind of mull this over, as was suggested by, I believe, Commissioner Richards, as we go forward. I don't have a problem with time of use in my garage. I mean, I can set it, but as Lanny has pointed out, there will be some issues when people are trying to use a lower rate and they can't use it and they're being forced to do peak. I'm fully in favor and I disagree with OPC, and I disagree with your staff on allowing a G rate. This was a rate that was set up in the last century. It was set up basically because you had master metering of buildings. That is not the case today. People have their own meters, whether they're condos, apartments, or whatever. I mean, it's not master metered anymore. And so from that standpoint, I believe you need to really look at EVSEs as a brand new device, which it is, and put an R tariff on it across the board. I do not agree with trying to shoehorn it into this G&GS rate, which people just don't understand. And commissioners here had asked questions about it. So that kind of some is a summary that I have. It's a tough area, and I appreciate you trying to deal with it because it is a big one. Thank you.
So, any questions? Commissioner Schlesman?
Okay, so this is actually incredibly useful to get a sense of the challenges of going down a time of use rate approach. I'm wondering if, consistent with what OPC had suggested, if it would be helpful to direct the utilities to come up with some kind of worksheet that can be shared with the decision makers, whether it's property owners or HOA. So I appreciate not having time of use as the default, having that as an option, time of use and flat rate, but having the information available that the utility, because we can direct the utilities to come up with a worksheet, they can share with the decision makers and then make a decision about how to move forward. Would that be something that would be useful? Because you sort of explained that the HOA people don't really understand this and they end up fighting. That's the last thing we want. Is we don't want a decision not to be able to be made because we've given them too many choices. Would sort of having residential time of use, non-time of use as the options with information from the utility?
I think it's a tough area to explain to anyone. I think if you have one single property owner, they have their own management company, they probably could understand it. However, trying to explain that to an HOA board is a non-starter in my opinion. I've been on these boards with other folks. They're typically volunteers, meet maybe 4 times a year, if that. And they don't have the depth of knowledge. And they've got this fiduciary responsibility and they're saying, so you're telling us this, and this is what's going to happen, but really, is that the case? I mean, after having worked for the feds, I'm into the KISS principle. Keep it simple, stupid.
Right. I'm concerned about keeping it too simple, though. I mean, I'm worried about the pushback that we're going to get, and especially when we're trying to move in the direction of having less impact on the grid. And you bring a lot of EVs into the system, and you're going to have a huge impact if they're all charging during the day. So we do have a responsibility to the grid as well as to the EV owners. And I'm just and I understand the point of not having a default for time of use. So having it available, but I just don't see myself sort of supporting just a flat residential rate at a time when we're really trying to move in the direction of time of use. And so I'm hoping that we can find a way to provide some additional information to the decision makers so that they understand the value of time of use versus flat rate for the residents within that building. Yes.
I would submit today that the penetration of EVSEs into MUDs is very, very small. And there's nothing that prevents you in, say, 2 years, if this becomes an issue, with revisiting it. I mean, that's my opinion at this point. You've seen the uptake. It hasn't been big, in spite of rebates, in spite of turnkey. So, putting an additional requirement on at this point, I think, may be counterproductive.
Well, it's not a requirement, it's an option. And you have something to?
Yeah, I'd like to add.
raise?
So definitely, it's a tall order for utilities to create this, or whatever agency decides to do it, to create some sort of a tool to give you you input the how many kilowatt hours. Oh, excuse me. We talk about the time of use. How many kilowatt hours is being charged during off-peak versus on-peak, and then you're gonna get the at the end a result of how much money you will pay for that bill. Yes, that's very important for the decision makers. But I would also mention that we are not there yet when it comes to time of use, because at the moment we are trying to install the infrastructure in place and keep it alive until the mass adoption arrives. So to the point of OPC, they made it very clear, and there's a very brilliant observation, that if there is not enough EV charging stations, the ratio between, let's say there's 5 EV charging stations, but you have 20 EVs in the building, then time of use today, it's not going to work, right? Because everybody's going to be fighting for the overnight charging. But if you have, let's say, all the way around, let's say if you have 20 EV charging stations and you only have 10 EVs, the time of use makes a lot of sense to implement, meaning because anybody that really would like to do overnight charging, everybody can do it overnight without any restriction, if that makes sense. Again, my vision for the world in the future is that every single parking space pretty much is a charging space, right? But that's not happening today. So, so short answer, yes, we definitely need the tools online to give us a specific cost for depending of the ratio of peak versus on-peak versus off-peak.
So there would be a benefit if we went the TOU and non-TOU, there would be a benefit in requiring the utilities as part of these new tariffs to also include some sort of tool to be able to.
Absolutely. And I advocate for both the fixed rate and type of use as an option.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, I believe we're going to transition from the fixed rate as the charge point operators, they're going to transition from the fixed rate into the time of use.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Very helpful.
Commissioner Barbe.
Yeah, I just want to set the context because I think that there is this thought that if we don't do something right now, horrible things are going to happen soon. I just want to point out that there are 300 million, roughly 300 million cars in America, and car companies can produce 10 million units a year, which means if they all only produced electric cars, it would take 30 years to replace all the gasoline cars. I have to say, being a person who lives in an apartment building, we have 200 units, and there are 5 electric vehicles, and we're all plugged into regular wall sockets, and we're doing fine. So I think that I very much look forward to seeing the analysis from staff over the next couple of years before I think we are anywhere close to making a decision on time of use. And one final thing, Mr. Chairman, I have to say is that this issue of time of use is currently before the legislature. It's controversial, it's complicated, and I think probably we would be in a better position to take our lead from them, because I think this is a political call. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
No questions, but I just want to thank you all for being here today. I think your input has been very valuable.
All right, thank you very much. And so let's turn to the companies. Let's start with Baltimore Gas and Electric if they're in the house. So.
Good morning, Commissioners. Joel Michelle on behalf of BGE. I'd like to start by simply acknowledging the progress that we've made on this issue. Solving this demand charge problem has been something that we've been working at for years now. And so I acknowledge that the participants in the work group have brought their experience and their expertise, and I think we are actually close to solving this problem. I've noted two issues that I think have been discussed this morning that maybe all the parties don't see eye to eye on. It's the time of use issue, and then there is the request made by OPC for the nature and extent of marketing and education materials. I have with me Devesh Gupta, who's our Director of Customer Solutions, and he's going to attempt to address those two issues.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and fellow commissioners. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I think we've heard that these are really challenging, complicated issues, and we're working on one piece of a very challenging problem here today. Leading off, I think the other thing that you've seen is that there's really not much difference between the rates that are being proposed here, and there's a lot of agreement. We agree with staff on that. BG's proposal to allow qualified multi-family property owners and managers to be served on a commercial schedule without demand charges, whether that's as a time of use rate, as BG's proposed, or as a flat commercial rate. It can be implemented very quickly without IT delays so that these commercial customers can begin taking advantage of the rate soon in time and be encouraged to provide access to their charging for their renters and their residents. BG's proposal balances removing the demand charges with cost allocation fairness, cost of service principles, and retaining a time of use principle in there as well. And while time of use provides a signal to these property managers to avoid on-peak utilization of chargers, which we believe is important, I think we've heard some of the challenges today too, and we're certainly agreeable to a small commercial non-TOU flat rate schedule option or requirement as well, if desired by the Commission and parties. The small commercial TOU rate schedule that we've proposed, though, for eligible multifamily property managers has the same structural components as a residential rate schedule, fixed monthly charges and volumetric price per kilowatt hour charges only with no demand charges, making it understandable to multifamily property owners and to HOAs as well. You know, as Mr. Burchinski was discussing, these two rate schedules for us look very much the same in terms of their complexity. Differences in bill impacts between small commercial and residential customers are small, but moving a commercial customer like a multifamily property owner to a residential rate schedule does have load and cost shifting implications that commercial customers, you know, they have higher demands and fixed costs to serve compared to residential customers, and our proposal avoids unnecessary cost shifting. In addition, any under recovery in supply costs due to, for instance, time of use price shifting can stay with the rate class, the commercial rate class, rather than appropriately, rather than spreading that across residential rate classes when these are commercial properties we're talking about. If the Commission were to require BG to allow multifamily property managers to be served on a residential rate schedule, additional implementation time and potentially cost might be required to configure the required sales and use tax billing for these customers, which is required for commercial customers, and that's what our legal counsel tells us too. Regardless of the rate schedule they're served with, sales and use taxes are required to be recovered, and that would take time to implement. Mr. Michel commented about OPC's notes on education and outreach, and just on that point, you know, we recognize the critical need to provide education and outreach on to multifamily property managers on these new rates, and we're committed to deploying a range of communication methods, and we'll work with our new business team to educate these customers when they call in about available rate options as they process service applications. Given our current budget constraints and the relatively narrow scope as we're talking about this one issue today,
of the target audience. Developing an entire website and comprehensive toolkit for commercial multifamily owners and managers is not a practical approach right now. Those costs associated with creating and maintaining such resources wouldn't be justified for this very limited number of customers that are served in this particular class with this rate. We're confident that our other planned educational and outreach initiatives will effectively address the needs of multifamily property owners and managers for the present, and these initiatives will be designed to provide relevant and actionable information without incurring significant expense. Looking forward, though, we're committed to enhancing our education and outreach efforts as part of our Phase 2 proposals due to the Commission later this year, where these education efforts can be further considered, and where we're committed to working with ZVIC, MDOT, and other stakeholders in the coming months as directed by the PSC in its Phase 1 review order. Very importantly, as you've heard today, as part of these efforts, it's important to remember to consider that the rates that are being discussed here today are addressing the needs of property managers and owners, but not necessarily the needs of residents. We're definitely focused in these efforts over these couple of months and in that Phase 2 filing to considering solutions for multifamily residents as part of our EV Phase 2 filing. And that will include things like a managed charging program, what that might look like for multifamily residents as an example, or a time of use offering for those residents. So open for questions. We have our experts, our expert from rates and regulatory in the room as well, who can discuss specifics of the rate.
So, questions for BG&E?
Mr. Chair.
Well, actually, so, do you?
Yep, I just wanted to thank you for your presentation. Just as far as looking ahead, today I think we see an urgency in trying to get these the infrastructure to multifamily communities. So, I mean, where does that fitting into your company as far as, I guess, a priority? Because, I was concerned a little bit by what you're saying that, there might not be a need or an emphasis or a priority on the education aspect, when it seems like what we're learning right now is that there is that need. So,
Yeah.
can you maybe just maybe clarify what you might have meant by
Absolutely, and those are, I think, maybe we were speaking too narrowly about this education around this rate. Certainly, we've had some education efforts, outreach efforts with multifamily property owners as we've been offering the rebate program for them to install charging themselves, as we've been working on our BG owned and operated program as well, particularly in those more limited income properties. So we've been engaged in that. That is critically important, and that absolutely needs to be considered in that Phase 2 filing. As many have pointed out, Maryland is a state with a lot of multifamily residents, and that population looks very different from multifamily property to multifamily property. It's a very diverse housing stock, and so we do have to carefully consider what does education look like generally for that class.
Okay, and then as far as you mentioned ZVIC, obviously, for at least I can only speak for myself, but I think it's important to me to know what, I guess, the overall state policy, what the critical issues are at the ZVIC, and then that also at least helps me and informs me of what kinds of things we ought to be focusing and what we should be doing at the commission. So is this an area that is being looked at ZVIC, just the multifamily unit, and kind of policies, statewide and specifically for potentially utility subsidized programs?
Yeah, I think you've heard that in terms of being a topic that's on deck. It's a topic that we plan to bring up as well as part of our proposals, because this is critical. We don't see ourselves getting to the Maryland's goals around EVs unless we make easier paths for those customers that don't own their own home with their own garage where they can install charging to get them comfortable to electrify. And there's a variety of solutions that could be part of a toolkit for that. I think you've seen us make progress in the state in terms of policy, one off here and there, addressing issues. First, right to charge, right, that access. Today, with this as a potential, one of the barriers that multifamily property owners will bring up about why they're not going to install charging. Okay, well, let's take that off the table. We can take a look at more comprehensive challenges and solutions as part of Phase 2, and that could be very important.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lesbrand.
Morning, Mr. Gupta. So let's talk a little bit about the GS schedule. So you know that the other three utilities are proposing to put EV charging on a residential schedule. So they don't seem to have an issue with moving it to residential, although my understanding is PE needs an additional 6 months to get everything kind of up and running. So are they just not experiencing the same challenges that you would experience in moving them over, moving these customers over to residential for charging purposes?
You know, Commissioner Stutzman, I can't speak to the other utilities in terms of how easy would it be for them to implement their rate as a commercial rate. Would they be able to go to market faster? Would that make that opportunity available? When we looked at it, though, for us, that was the quickest solution. It looked appropriate to us from a cost allocation standpoint. Could we implement this as a residential rate? We could, but it will take time, and that's not analysis. We haven't done the analysis to say that's going to take us 6 months, or is it going to take substantially longer than that? And what might the cost be, particularly when you think about trying to calculate and recover sales and use taxes for a specific subset of customers in a class, but not the entire class.
Okay, so you heard the conversation that we just had about the challenges for an HOA to be able to understand what the costs are going to be, and so sort of adding onto that this GS schedule sort of adds another level of confusion to the mix. If we were to go with a residential schedule, can you give us a sense in short order in terms of costs? You're talking about cost shifting. If you could give us a sense of what the cost shifting would look like and timing.
Definitely a more technical question, and certainly appreciate that. In case that there's better information available from our rates and regulatory team that are in the mix in terms of developing these rates, including this one, I'm going to hand it over to Lynn Fiery from that team.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so you're in the hot seat now.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Lynn Fiery on behalf of BGE. So just to speak to how BGE landed on a commercial rate as opposed to a residential rate, it really goes back to that each utility is structured differently on the commercial rate schedule side. In the case of BGE, our commercial customers do not incur demand charges unless they're placed on our large commercial rate schedule, which is for customers with demands of 60 kW or greater. The other Maryland utilities are not in that same situation. They have lower thresholds to starting to incur demand charges. I believe PE is around like 7.5 kW, which is really just one charging station. And Delmarva and Pepco are slightly different, but I think Pepco is like 25 kW or more. So BGE has a higher threshold for even incurring demand charges, and we have this small commercial rate schedule that serves most of our multifamily EV charging station load already without demand charges. So they aren't facing this problem that we are seeing and hearing about in terms of the complexity and high cost of demand charges. So that's why we landed in a place for BGE that was slightly different than the other utilities, just because our rate structures are different on the commercial side, and we have this small commercial schedule that already serving most of our multifamily EV charging stations without that demand charge complexity. And I know there's been some conversation about maybe the Schedule G or GS type rate is more complex to understand, but as staff communicated in their buck sheet, it really has the same structure as a Schedule R rate. There's a fixed customer charge that's charged per month, and then there are volumetric charges that are per kWh, like your distribution charge and your supply charges. That's the same as a residential structure. So in terms of understandability of what the bill is going to look like, it's the same as a residential.
Okay, but if you were to move to a residential, what would that entail in terms of time, and how would it impact costs?
Yep, so that's on the technical side of that, like Devesh mentioned, we do have to do some IT work on our billing system because we've been advised by our tax experts that we do need to charge sales and use tax to these customers, even if they're on a residential rate schedule. So we have to set up that functionality in our billing system.
Okay, and that would cause their cost to go up, I'm assuming.
For their bill?
Yes.
Their bill, yes. So they would be now charged that sales and use tax. All commercial customers are already charged it. So it would just be on a residential rate. These multifamily EV load would also have sales and use tax applied to their bill. And implementing that is what would cause a time delay for us because we would need to get that set up in our system. We're not sure if there's additional cost associated with that work. That's something else we would have to look into, how long it would take and what that additional cost is just to implement. Again, the Schedule G option, no time to implement, no additional cost. It's ready to go. And then in terms of cost shifting from moving what is kind of commercial load over to a residential rate schedule. That is something we more look at in rate cases when we do our cost of service study. And one of the big allocators in a cost of service study is the demand. So shifting these larger this larger load over to a residential rate schedule is going to add some spikes to the residential demand curve and could cause allocation of more costs in a cost of service study to residential. So that's kind of the cost shifting that we are trying to avoid,
Okay.
particularly since opening it up to residential would mean that our multifamily EV charging customers that are already on Schedule G or GS, no demand charges and paying similar to residential rates, they would also be eligible to be shifted over, which would, again, as we feel like it would unnecessarily shift their load and potentially cost shift to the residential class since they already aren't incurring demand charges, so we don't feel like there's an
So
issue to
if we were to do this as on sort of an interim basis, and then take up this the next time BGE comes to us with a rate case, so that in that situation, all of those customers that are on the GS schedule now would just be moved over to the residential. Would that avoid cost shifting? Because then you would be just taking it up within the context of a rate case.
I don't think it would avoid it because then they would be, after that point, after you moved them over, they would be considered part of the R class and their load would be considered part of R in the cost of service study.
But then it would be, you'd be dealing with the costs within that case as opposed to having already made decisions about allocation of costs. In other words, if you take it up within the context of a rate case where you're making decisions about allocation of costs, you've already made those allocation decisions, and yet if we move these customers to a different class out of a rate case, that's your concern about about cost shifting?
It's not so much a concern about doing it in a rate case versus out of a rate case, because I
Okay.
think either way you did it, if they were just moved to that R rate class, you would get those cost shifting implications, whether you did it in a rate case or outside
Okay.
of one.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, anything else? Wait a minute, okay.
Just quickly, could help me understand why BG is approaching this as a requirement that you charge a sales and use tax. I think what we're trying to do here is I guess simulate the experience a single-family residential user would have, and transfer this experience, I guess, to communities. So why are we adding this? I feel like we just got rid of the demand charge. Now this is popping up as another problem.
Yeah, and this is something we took up with our internal tax experts that are responsible for filing our state and local taxes with the state. And they took a look at the law and the legislation and felt that even though we would be calling these EV charging stations residential, if we moved them to a Schedule R rate, the load is not domestic in nature. So they felt that we could not charge them sales and use tax, that they still should be subject to that sales and use tax under the law. And
Okay.
directed us that we needed to,
Okay,
to
well,
charge it.
yeah, maybe that's something for the legislature to take up, because I think, again, we're calling them multifamily, so we're kind of creating this great big family here, and that's, I think, what we're trying to, again, create, having a similar experience for these multifamily developments that the single family enjoy, and not have an additional tax and use charge on top of that. So anyway, I just, this is very educational for me anyway. Thank you.
Commissioner Barbe.
Yeah, to follow up, I mean, is this, is the application of the sales and use tax in this instance the result of using a commercial rate?
So all of our commercial customers, for the most part, are assessed the sales and use tax
Right.
with some exemptions and exceptions. And the question that was posed about if we were to move this type of customer to a residential rate class,
Yeah.
would that sales and use tax apply, or are they exempt from it because they're on a residential schedule? And the guidance we got from the tax experts was that no, it still should be assessed on those customers because it's not domestic load. That's
You know, from my experience on the Ways and Means Committee, the impression I always got with respect to sales and use tax, or at least the impression I had of our intent, was to charge it everywhere we could, but not in instances like a person's home and, you know, and other instances like prescription drugs. And I would be really shocked if the legislature's intent would be to allow sales and use tax to be applied in this sort of a situation. So I think we're going to have our general counsel perhaps reach out to the attorney generals, you know, affiliated with the legislature to find out, to try and figure this out, because ever since it was described to us that sales and use tax would be applied in this case, it just, to me, doesn't sound like the intent of the legislature.
Yep. Yeah, understood. And I'm not a tax expert myself, so unfortunately can't get into the weeds of how they reached this conclusion.
Well, I was the guy who had to defend all those taxes on the floor of the House. So.
Yeah, and I will also mention that the bill impacts and the calculations that we did include sales and use tax on the GS side when we ran those calculations, and we did not on the residential side. And the bills were still very, very comparable to comparing like a residential without sales and use to the commercial with sales and use tax. So just for what that's worth.
Yeah, if I just could add that and emphasize, because I think Lynn already mentioned this, the applicability of the sales and use tax is not a function of us deciding between charging these customers on a G or GS schedule or an R schedule. I think it's more of an assessment of the load coming from that customer. One complexity is you have buildings that are mixed use, where the top portions you have a bunch of apartments, and then the bottom and you have commercial business. In our assessment, that customer should be charged the sales and use tax. If you say because they have apartments, they should not be charged the sales and use tax, now you have that complexity.
And I completely understand that reasoning, because I live in a building like that as well. But I think probably nobody in Annapolis knows that.
Well, let me ask this question. I mean, at the federal level, obviously it's the IRS that makes these determinations about questions about where taxes apply and things like. In Maryland, is that the comptroller that makes that decision, or?
I would defer to Commissioner Barve on that.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's call up Brooke.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may, staff reached out to, I believe, the Attorney General's office 4 or 5 years ago about the utility public charging stations, because you may remember there was an issue whether the sales and use tax should have been applied there as well. So we have actually brought up this issue before
okay.
and reached out about it.
All right.
I think we actually got differing opinions. Depending
Yeah, no,
on
I
who we went to,
suspected that because I imagine that, you know, tax
But-
attorneys, you probably put few of them in the room, you'll get many, many issues.
But the PUA is very prescriptive on what the sales and use
Yeah,
tax
yeah, no, I understand that part. So, okay, so let me move on to Potomac Edison.
Mr. Chair, I wonder if we could get OPC to come up and respond. I know that your recommendation is that BGE move them to a residential, but hearing the explanation of the reason why they're keeping it GS, do you have any responses to that?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner Suchman. OPC actually, we're okay with BGE having the current setup it has with the commercial rate. I think
Okay.
it was Mr. Verchinsky who, he's there. I think it was Mr. Verchinsky's opposition.
Okay, but you're fine with keeping it?
We're okay because we
Okay.
think the outcome gets to the same place.
Well, and the last thing we want is a delay, and we don't want to add any additional costs.
Yeah.
And we don't want to do cost shifting if there's cost shifting.
Yeah. And Chair Hoover, I'm sorry, while I'm here, I was going to bring this up after everybody spoke, but there's an issue that I think we may need clarity on, and that is when a multifamily building owner submits an interconnection request for a new EV charging station, what is the default rate? And I'm not talking as between the time of use rate and the non-time of use rate, assuming that we have both options. I'm talking as between those rates on the one hand and the current commercial rates on the other. The way OPC had been thinking about this is that the default rate would continue to be the current commercial rate. The new rates would be elective, and when a new interconnection request was submitted, the utility would say, hey, heads up, we have these new rates. If you go on one of these, you can avoid demand charges. And the reason we'd been thinking of it that way is that with these new rates, the building owner would need a separate meter, whereas with the current commercial rate setup, it wouldn't. So just hearing some of the conversation today makes me think that I don't know if everybody else shares that view. I mean, maybe Mr. McAuliffe can weigh in for staff, but I think we may need clarification from the commission. And frankly, OPC has not discussed whether the sort of default question, just because we assumed that all these new rates would be elective.
We could discuss this in the work group as well. I guess I was considering most of these charges would be, so I guess when Mr. Shibas is referring to interconnection, I guess staff was always assuming that these would really be built at, multi-unit properties that were already built and already there. So when they would obviously have to have conversations with their local utility about the fact that they're putting in chargers, because usually these can have, quite a big draw on the grid and, have large loads. So I guess we were thinking that they would say, hey, your demand's going to be X, which may put you on this rate or that rate. If you don't want to put a meter in, we're going to put you underneath your load of your already existing property. If you do put a separate meter in, hey, by the way, you can get these rates. I guess we were just thinking there'd be a conversation, because obviously this isn't just a quick, like, oh, sure, we'll run some wire. This will take you one day to install. These are usually pretty large projects. So I guess we were thinking there'd probably be a little more communication there between what the property owner can do and their options. But I believe for BGE, they discussed in their filing, most of their mud charges are already on the GS rate because they don't have loads that are high enough to go anywhere else. So they already qualify underneath that. So I think for BGE it would be relatively easy, but I think for the other utilities it may be a little different. But again, these aren't small projects. You have to, dig up some ground and things like that, and probably install some new wires, and whether there needs to be upgrades and things like that. So I guess staff was assuming there'd be a lot of communication for the options for the mud property owner.
Joel Michelle, again, on behalf of BGE, just to add, our understanding is aligned with OPC that the customer would have to make the request and make an election of this rate.
This is Ben Baker, work group leader. We did discuss this item within the work group about when a customer shows up to add this rate schedule, and if there was a need for an additional meter, that would go under the standard tariffs, where they would just be assessed to determine how much of the cost they should cover for that meter, and then they would be billed at whatever the rate schedule is that is here. But I think all those assessments were supposed to happen under the commercial assessment, which is basically you're adding additional elective, as BG&E just described. I'll let the other utilities, when they come up, confirm that, but we did have that discussion within the work group.
Okay, all right. Okay, Potomac Edison.
Good morning, Chair Hoover. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Dan Garcia with Potomac Edison, and certainly want to thank all the parties for their contributions, diligence, and support. Especially want to thank Mr. Burkowski, Hartman, and Mr. Brzezinski. Thank you very much for your continued contributions and commitment to this greater conversation. I have with me Mr. Mark Zuka. He's going to add a bit more detail, especially to some of the questions that were asked a little bit earlier. And we also have some other SMEs in the room in case there are some other questions related to the issue. Thank you.
Sure.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Let me move this up a little bit. Mark Zuga with Potomac Edison. My role is I'm an advisor on regulatory affairs. I've also been an active member of this work group for many years throughout this whole pilot, the initial implementation of the pilot through now and into the consideration of these other items in the second phase. As Mr. Garcia mentioned, we do have experts from our rates department as well as program implementation if we get into some of the details. Just want to try to respond quickly to a few of the things that came up on the opt-out time of use rates. We're definitely agreeable to the consideration of that. Our suggestion right now with this being a new program is to implement it, to try it out, to try to encourage participation, to see how it is continue, and then evaluate that, as we do continuously through the work group to see if that's a good option for the future. The big thing there is to include collaboration within the work group. We have work group members here, members of the public, other utilities, OPC, and others. We got our ideas from the work group. We talked about what the issues are for drivers, for multi-unit dwelling owners. Obviously, we understand our perspective from the utilities, and we've derived our programs based off of that. So we want to make sure as we continue to evaluate and improve these programs that we continue to do that through that collaborative process. And I also want to, to follow up, staff noted about the difference here between residential drivers in a single-family home and a multi-unit dwelling. There is more separation between the account holder and the driver, and I think that's another reason to have caution of having either a requirement for time of use rates or potentially an opt-in, opt-out, because again, the drivers are not our customers in this case. We care about the drivers, we want them to get an appropriate rate, but the account holders are the ones we're working with, and there is that additional separation. Our goal is to make this whole thing as simple as possible. That's what our proposal was based off of. Try to make it as similar as possible to the residential rate. We think that's going to be the biggest thing to drive uptake. We do recognize that this space has been a difficult one for us to encourage in our program. So we want to make sure, the simpler, the better for these customers, for the property owners to get as many chargers in as possible. Do want to respond to OPC's suggestion on creating some kind of a toolkit. We agree with that as a concept. On our webpage, as I know the other utilities do as well, we include a lot of details about our program, the different offerings. Of course, if this is approved, we will add this information to there. We can include a calculation on how the different time of use, charging at different times would affect customers. But since this is our time of use rate is relatively simple, it's either a 2-cent adder or a 2-cent subtraction from your rate. It's a relatively easy calculation for customers to be able to understand. But we could include something on there. And then finally, I do want to make a minor clarification that our offering, our proposal is a commercial rate. It's a commercial rate that mirrors a residential rate. So it is not a new rate class, and it is technically a commercial rate, but just mirroring the values there. So.
Okay. Any questions for PE? Commissioner Sushman.
Just a very simple question, hopefully a simple question. So you heard the conversation about sales and use tax. How are you addressing that?
And I'm going to defer to Ms. Stephanie Fall, who's our manager of rates and regulatory affairs.
Thanks.
Hi, thank you for the question. We agree with BGE that this rate schedule would be assessed a sales and use tax. It would be a non-residential rate schedule, which we answered to in discovery.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else? Okay, so why don't we move on to DPL and PEPCO.
Good morning again, Chairman and Commissioners. I don't want to repeat a lot of what BGE said because a lot of our comments are in alignment in terms of what the proposal that we put forward is meant to align or meant to address, particularly based off of the order that we received from the Commission in terms of balancing fairness, price signals, shifts from the demand charge, and the minimal implementation cost. So what our proposal is that it's a two-part rate structure that consists of a customer charge and a seasonal on-peak, off-peak energy kilowatt-hour charge. And currently, the MUD customers are on a commercial schedule, and what our proposal is to put them on a residential time-of-use schedule, and consistent with the modifications from staff, which we agreed to add, is offering just a residential portion. So you have the residential and a non-residential TOU portion. Similar comments that I won't repeat to BGE as far as the toolkit and the customer education recommendations from OPC. I think I do just want to reiterate that there is our phase 2 filing that will be coming into the commission soon, and in that filing, the company is certainly committed to enhancing the educational and outreach efforts there. I do also want to point out that currently for customers served on a TOU rate, there is information on our website, there's information in the tariff, and then once you're enrolled in that TOU rate, you'll see the on-peak, off-peak charges on the bill as well. So there is already that customer education component. So should the commission approve the proposed rate as set by the company and as modified by staff, we'll file an updated tariff that reflects that. One update that I just want to flag, within our tariff, we say that there's an implementation day of September 1, but really it's March 1, 2025, because that reflects, because this is a residential, because of what we're doing to change the billing logic, we do have to add in that tax component. So that will take about 6 months for us to update that. So really it's March 1 instead of September 1. So with that, I will take any questions.
Any questions? Mr. Sussman?
Okay, so unlike BGE, which is staying with the GS, and PE, which is mirroring the GS, you're actually moving these customers to a residential rate.
That's correct.
Okay, and then how are you dealing with the sales and use tax issue?
That's why it's going to take that added 6 months to implement. We have to create within that billing logic the addition of that sales and use tax to that rate.
Okay. If you did what BGE is proposing, would you avoid that 6-month delay?
Technically, yes, but I don't think that it would remove the demand charge. And I have Kaja Dana here, our senior manager of regulatory of rates, to pull me off the podium if I'm going wrong.
So your structure is different. So you do have a demand charge now, and you'd have to figure out a way of
removing the demand charge. Okay. And then you'd have the sales and tax. And I don't believe we have the small commercial rate that BGE has. It's a separate.
So you'll need the 6 months like PE needs the 6 months. For different reasons.
Yeah.
But you'll also need the 6 month for okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Anybody else? Already? Okay, so I think what we're going to do with this is, since there seems to be a number of moving pieces, apart even from the 3 varieties of programs, I think we're going to take this under advisement. We'll get something out relatively quickly, because there's a couple of things I think we need to kind of chew on from what we've heard today, but we'll get something out in short order to figure this out. So. Actually, let's do the next item and then we will. So why don't we do? Because we got 11, right?
Yeah, we just did 8 through 11. So 12 would be.
Oh, I see. Okay, all right. So yeah, so all we got left is 12, right? All right. So given the fact that the last item on the agenda is going to take a little time, why don't we take 15 minutes?
We could just do noon.
All right, yeah, we'll come back at noon, so, to take up item 12, so.
Item 12 is the 2024 Procurement Improvement Process Report from the Office of Staff Counsel.
And actually, before you start, Mr. Spivak, if I remember right, your filing made some indication that you needed some things decided today. I understand that there's a big issue that's not consensus that we have to figure out at some point. So I guess I want to hear from you, what it is you need done by what date in order to move all this stuff along. So.
Okay, I will try and include that in my presentation. Good afternoon, Chair Hoover, Commissioners, Lloyd Spivak for the Commission staff. This is the report on the 2024 SOS Procurement Improvement Process. As is the case every year, the report summarizes a number of consensus changes to be made to the forthcoming year's procurement of electric power supply for the utility's standard offer service. This year, the report also discusses two proposals for addressing the potential start of the Montgomery County CCA, and the Commission is being asked to determine which of these proposals will be adopted moving forward. The report consists of a summary report, the model request for proposal, and model full requirement service agreement, or FSA. Both of those are in red line and clean formats, as well as the bid plans for each of the utilities for the coming year. There is also an attachment describing the OPC proposal to accommodate the start of the CCA, which Montgomery County recently stated will be no earlier than June 1, 2027. The consensus modifications to the RFP and FSA include the upcoming year's bid schedule, the bid product definitions, clarification regarding the pass-through capacity costs during periods when the PJM base residual auction price is unknown or is modified from a known number before power starts to flow under the FSA, a new penalty for failure to timely report on renewable portfolio standard compliance, a revised deadline for submission of bid assurance collateral, a new bid receipt verification mechanism, and a broadening of the circumstances under which suppliers may be requested to increase the amount of power they are providing under the existing contract, referred to as seller step-up rights. The two proposals to address this, actually, let me stop there for a moment and say it is those consensus proposals that the Commission needs to approve sooner rather than later. That is today. So basically, all of the documents and really everything other than one or the other of the two proposals to address the CCA. Those need to be in place before, essentially before the RFP website goes live, which the utilities expect to do this coming Friday. So that's why the urgency on the approval, and that's all of that kind of needs to happen before the bidding happens next month in October. So there's that. The things that we can hold off on are the two proposals, which I'll go into in a moment. But I do note that Montgomery County has specifically wanted to put this before the Commission now because they need a decision one way or another sooner rather than later in order to determine what they're going to do going forward with the CCA. And that said, returning to our regularly scheduled programming, the two proposals to address the CCA include OPC's proposal and Prince George's County's proposal. The OPC proposal attempts to mitigate the risks associated with the CCA's startup by capping suppliers' load obligations at the base peak load contribution, or PLC, of 10 megawatts above the amount bid on at a point in time several weeks before the start of power flow. Currently, there is no such cap, and the supplier's actual supply obligation is whatever the PLC is at the start of power flow, not the amount that they bid for. However, there has not been a need for a cap like this before because changes in the PLC between bid day and power flow have generally been small. OPC's proposal would also retain the existing 5 megawatt increment provision, but splits it between the two counties, and this also allows some flexibility as to the amount of load suppliers must serve. In essence, OPC's proposal would allow some number of Montgomery County CCA opt-out customers to be served under something resembling the existing SOS structure, but would expose both them and PG County customers to some possibility of additional risk premiums being included in the bid prices due to the uncertainty regarding the amount of load to be served. Prince George's County proposes that the SOS bidding be completely separated for the two counties, eliminating the possibility that customers in that county will be exposed to those additional risk premiums I just mentioned. Under this proposal, Montgomery County CCA opt-out customers would be served under some combination of spot market and longer-term contracts, gradually shifting more to the latter as the opt-out load level stabilizes. Montgomery County, Prince George's County, and OPC have all filed comments elaborating on their positions, and I will let their representatives speak to those positions.
Okay, any questions for Commissioner Sussman?
Good morning, Mr. Spivak. Oh, afternoon. Does staff have a position on the proposals offered by OPC and Prince George's County?
We have not endorsed either proposal. Ideally, I think we would like to get a little more, or try and determine a little more information about the magnitude of the risk premiums. We did ask Bates White to do a kind of back-of-the-envelope calculation. We're probably not going to get much information from suppliers on what they think that would be. They're generally extremely reluctant to provide any information along those lines. We may try contracting or asking if it falls within their existing contract to have Bates White do a deeper analysis on that. But I will say it's also going to be difficult to get anything very definitive on what it would be, because it's all based on whatever assumptions you put into that. But in any case, that uncertainty is what has held us back from actually deciding which of the two proposals we would prefer. And frankly, as I kind of said in my intro comments, it's really a matter of distributing the risks between the county's customers. If you think it is better to not have PG County's customers exposed to any risk, then you would go with the PG County proposal. If you think that the risk of exposing Montgomery County opt-out customers to spot market pricing for some period of time is the greater harm, then you would go with the OPC proposal.
So I'm assuming the OPC cap assumes a migration from the county back to the utility for the SOS.
Well, it's not so much a migration back as an opt-out, because remember, the CCA is basically a default program. You are in it unless you opt out, but customers will be given that opportunity to opt out before the CCA starts. So that's really what it's intended to address initially, but then it does, yes, anticipate some level of flow back from the CCA to
Okay, so it assumes a scenario where the utility doesn't have enough in what it had secured or procured in the auction.
It doesn't assume that. It acknowledges that that is a possibility.
Okay.
And it has a mechanism to address that. I think I'd rather have Mr. Fields explain that. He's a little more familiar with the intricacies of the OPC proposal.
Okay, but I'm assuming it doesn't take into account the flip scenario, which is that many more customers would stay with the county and not go to the utility, so the utility finds itself in a situation where it oversubscribes.
I think the issue's different if they oversubscribe, because the suppliers essentially don't have to supply that power, and below a certain threshold, that's the decrement provision in the FSA agreements, which says, if for some reason the load is lower by more, I think it's 5%, or 3% than what we bid for, we lose the responsibility for having to supply that. So it leaves the suppliers with some extra power on hand that they would then have to sell into the market. But it's not something that the utilities have to worry about.
Okay, so, well, except that presumably that is part of the agreement because there's never a scenario where the utility would lose a substantial chunk of its customers. So is that something that will be built into the risk premium in the future?
I think that it's really something that's not changing. I mean, the losing the substantial chunk in Montgomery County, that is a given, unless the CCA doesn't happen. So, I mean, we're trying to address for that beforehand, so that we avoid a scenario where you have existing contracts that suddenly go out of existence.
I guess my question, since I am mindful of the concerns that Prince George's County has in terms of trying to be held harmless in this in the pilot. Is there ever a situation where the ratepayers in Prince George's County would be impacted by a situation where the utility assumes a certain level of customers in Montgomery County that then go away?
I think that is the risk. That is part of the risk premium that we're trying to account for here.
But is that reflected in OPC's proposal? Because I'm not sure I saw it, and I guess I will ask OPC when.
If those customers go back to the CCA, like I said, I mean that would kick in the decrement provisions of the FSA, and that's generally less. It's one is part of the existing FSA. It's always been there. It's been there. It was put there to address the possibility of people flowing back from supplier, back and forth from retail supply, and that's why there is the decrement in there. So the contracts are built to handle a certain amount of that to begin with, and in the case of decrements, really as much as necessary because and you know, if somebody knows more about this, they're welcome to correct me if I'm saying something wrong here. But the suppliers simply are off the hook if that load goes down. Now, that means that if it comes back after it's gone down, then the utility has to get new power supply. And
Well,
again,
but the supplier is on the hook. I mean, if the supplier has a substantial chunk of power that they've got to sell somewhere else because the utility's not taking it.
But that's what they're on the hook for. And it is built into the contract that their excuse of their responsibility here, they may have hedges or power supply or something else that they have to then dispose of. But that's part of the risk that's always been built into this process.
And there's no cap on that. So it could be the utility could say, we don't need any of your power.
It could happen, but it would be very unlikely. As I said, this was put into place. The mechanism was put there to deal with customers flowing back and forth from suppliers, and I think the expectation was that would always be a gradual process in either direction. With the CCA, what you have is this very large chunk of load that is going away as of a set date or within a month or so from that set date. I think there's generally envisioned a 30-day transition period or something like that. And, you know, but we have a lot of advance warning of that. So for the most part, that's going to be handled by simply not having that load out there to bid on and not to getting any SOS contracts for that.
Okay, so you're not concerned about the scenario where the utility anticipates a certain number of customers that it no longer has. You're concerned about the situation where the utility ends up with customers that it didn't think it needed to supply.
I think that's a fair statement, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, let me follow up on the what you had mentioned earlier about the entity that handles this for us. So you have not gotten any detailed analysis from Bates White about these two proposals? Is that outside the scope of their contract, or?
Well, in terms of the risk premium analysis, I think we're not sure about it. We have to have further discussions with them, and we haven't had that discussion. But that is the case. We've got, like I said, we did ask them to do sort of a rough calculation, and we got a number out of that. It was not a bad number. But we're not sure whether their existing contract encompasses that task. I think it probably does not. We'd probably have to do a supplemental of some kind, and I think that's been what's held us back from doing it. And we're not even I don't know that we were necessarily certain that you would need to see that analysis or be, particularly desirous of seeing it, and that's another
Well, I guess,
issue.
I mean, not to put you on the spot, but I guess I'm a little concerned about, staff being agnostic on this, so.
Well, I mean, again, part of it is, and, there's also an element of choosing sides here. Now, ultimately, you're being asked to make that decision. So, I don't know that it's unfair to ask us to do that first. But there is an element of that, too, and I think we've been a little reluctant to, because we see our role in this process as being, as much as possible, an honest broker trying to get to consensus. But we have put in a long time on this issue at this point and have not gotten that consensus. And that was another element that was going into the consideration here. The reason for getting that risk premium analysis really would be to try and persuade PG County that they're not being exposed to any unreasonable risk by virtue of the OPC proposal. And I haven't really had the sense lately that PG County is open to that as well. But again, I would let them speak to that.
And just for the record, so OPC made the proposal, Prince George's County made a different proposal, Montgomery County has commented on its preference between the two. Staff's not made any specific recommendation between the two, and neither has PEPCO, correct?
That is correct, although I would let PEPCO speak to their.
Yeah, I understand, and I guess I just want to give heads up to the PEPCO folks that I probably will ask you what your thoughts are on this. So once we get to you, so just so you won't be surprised. So, Commissioner Barbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So let me just ask the question this way. If there's not going to be any undue harm to Prince George's County, then why not take their proposal? Since if there's no net difference, then why not just, go with that proposal?
Under PG County's proposal, there would be no harm to PG County, but it does expose the Montgomery County opt-out.
No. But
you mean the other way around?
The other way around. I think I heard you say that the OPC position doesn't expose Prince George's County to any is not likely to expose Prince George's County to any undue harm. And if that's the case, then it should be virtually identical to the outcome of the Prince George's County position, would it not?
I think that's the issue, is we have not made that determination that the OPC proposal does not.
Okay, I misheard you then.
Expose PG counties to customers to undue risks.
Okay.
Now, I think PG County is basically saying that they should not be exposed to any risks.
Okay, well, I'll thank you, and Mr. Chairman, I'll reserve my questions for the others.
And
I feel like we're picking on you right now. I guess maybe you can give me some, help me understand what happened between 2022 and today? Because it seemed at the time, it was my impression that staff endorsed the proposal that was to take place between 23, I guess it was 24, 25 delivery period, when it was assumed that the CCA was going to go into effect. At that time, everybody seemed to agree, staff included, that doing a procurement, that 8-month procurement just for Prince George's County was the appropriate way to go. So did something change in staff's thinking, or maybe you could just help me understand the evolution?
I don't know that something's changed in staff's thinking. I think we have had more information on Pete County's position. The proposal from that we're actually addressing has been modified somewhat. We're not talking about simply dealing with this by contract terms, which is something else that might come into the discussion today as well. And in fact, actually, when I finish responding directly, I think I would like to mention that as well. We are talking here about adjusting the product that is actually being bid on in such a way that it changes the risk profile for the suppliers, as opposed more than simply changing the contract term from 24 months to 8 months and 16 months, which is something we had done previously. So there was that. And like I said, I think the OPC proposal is a different variation on what we'd previously discussed with respect, and perhaps more to serving CCA opt-out customers in PG County. And perhaps I would say it's actually considerably more fleshed out than what was previously considered, again, because we hadn't quite reached that stage. Going back to the contract terms that I just mentioned, I should also mention that right now Montgomery County has indicated that the CCA will start no earlier than June 1st, 2027. I will say, from the perspective of contract term, a June 1st start date is more problematic than the October 1st start dates, because that does require us to change a contract term in advance of the bidding. In this case, I believe it would be the bidding in this coming April. So we might have, if the CCA start date remains at June 1st, we might have to adjust some contract terms again later in for the April bidding. So.
Okay, that's helpful. I guess my question really is more for to Office of People's Counsel, the change from going just with a procurement for Prince George's County, or this new blended approach. So thank you, Mr. Spivak. That answers my question from staff perspective.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, so with that, why don't we turn, I guess I want to turn first to OPC, then Montgomery County, then Prince George's County, and then finally PEPCO. So why don't we go in that order? So.
Thank you, Chairman Hoover and Commissioners. William Fields for the Office of People's Counsel. This has been under discussion for a couple of years now, and it's a pretty complicated set of issues. I don't think there's any perfect solution out there to balance all of these interests in implementing the CCA. There is going to be a change in the risk profile at the point of transition to this, to a world where you have the CCA, you have PEPCO SOS serving Prince George's County, and then you have these opt-out customers, and we don't know how many that they're going to be. And we tried to, through this discussion, what we're talking about is the OPC proposal here has been discussed in the work group for a couple of years now and has gotten a lot of input and evolved. I'm happy to take full credit for it if you like it. If not, we've evolved it, and we think it's the best approach to dealing with this complicated set of issues. The General Assembly has approved this pilot and given Montgomery County the right to file its application to try to get this approved and to move forward with it. The statute has a number of requirements for how that's supposed to go, and we don't know how we don't know how all those different aspects are going to play out because we don't have the aggregation plan yet. And we have kind of a chicken and egg thing going on here where Montgomery County needs to know how the SOS is going to work so that they can come up with their aggregation plan so that then we can get that. You can review that and approve it, and then things will flow on. So we're trying to, with this proposal, trying to allow that implementation to happen according to the way it's laid out in the statute. And while doing that, while trying to mitigate the risks that are present for all of the customers involved, certainly the Prince George's County customers, as well as the customers in Montgomery County who choose to opt out of this, out of the CCA. The proposal that we have, it mitigates that risk of an unknown number of opt-outs by capping the amount of load that a Pepco SOS supplier will have to take on, based on the opt-outs. Getting to your question a little bit, Commissioner Suchman, the SOS supply contracts are full requirement contracts. The supplier takes on a certain percentage of the SOS load. And we wanted to avoid the utility making an estimate or assumption of how much opt-out there's going to be because, the way SOS procurement has always been structured is, you don't make those estimates about how much load there is on SOS. You just tell the suppliers, you've got 4% of it, you've got 4%, whatever, it all adds up to 100%. The utility buys as much as it needs and doesn't buy any extra and doesn't buy any less. The way we're dealing with that in this proposal is we say to the suppliers, before they bid, that your obligation is going to be the SOS customers from Prince George's County, and a certain amount of load can come from Montgomery County and be added into that and served at the same price, which will be a fixed price as it is now, but that's capped. So the supplier, they know that, they don't have to worry about, well, what if something happens and I have to supply all of Montgomery County? That's off the table for them. They also know that if for some reason lots of customers opt out of the CCA, that they know their limit of that exposure. And the idea is that then that allows a mitigation of that risk, which will mitigate any impact on the bids. So if a small, if only a few customers, maybe 5% or something opt out of Montgomery County, which is probably the most, likely result, people have to take an action to opt out, and probably not that many will, as long as the services are relatively similar. If that happens, then that opt-out load from Montgomery County will become part of the SOS, just like the load from Prince George's County, and it will be served completely by the supply contracts at the price that they bid at the beginning of this. That's the way it deals with that scenario where there's a small number. So there's not any extra power that has to be sold or anything like that. That situation is already, taken care of, and things will be, that'll be the kind of the ideal situation. It'll go through very easily. And the real advantage to that is, in terms of implementing the CCA, is that means that the prices that come out of that SOS supply procurement, they can be communicated to Montgomery County citizens during what we've been referring to as the opt-out phase. Somewhere between 2 months and a month before the CCA starts, Montgomery County is going to put out a notice and say, here's what our CCA service looks like, here are the options, here are the rates. This is all laid out in the statute. And then also here's the SOS option you would be facing if you choose to opt out. That notice goes out, again, a couple months, we think, before, that has to be approved as part of the aggregation plan, but we're thinking a couple months before the aggregation starts, they send out that notice. By doing the supply contracts the way we're talking about, that notice can have a number for the SOS rate that opt-out customers would pay. That'll be a real rate. There could be some adjustment to it. It wouldn't be 100% free from adjustment, although that's true of SOS as well. SOS can get adjusted, but that will be, a real price if, a modest number of customers switch. If a lot of customers do opt out from Montgomery County, the CCA during that, that period there of 2 months to 1 month before it starts, and this cap that is in the proposal is exceeded, then what will happen is PEPCO will have to procure for that additional load separately from the supply contracts. And the cost impact of that procurement will be averaged in with for the Montgomery County opt-out customers. The cost impact of that extra procurement will be averaged in with the SOS supply, and you'll get a price just for Montgomery County opt-out customers. That's that blended price. Prince George's County customers will still pay just the SOS price that came out of the bidding, just like it works now. A further advantage to that is that it gives the Montgomery County opt-out customers, not only can you tell them like, well, here's what we think your price is going to be, and it's a real supply-based price, but if the opt-out is higher than that cap level, PEPCO has to buy some power. The Montgomery County opt-out customers aren't fully exposed to that short-term price, that spot price. Whatever that spot purchase is, it's going to be averaged in with the supply that's already under contract with the suppliers. It's one of our, and that's really one of our concerns with splitting the procurement. If you split the procurement, at least at the beginning of the CCA, I talked about there'll be this opt-out period for a month or so before it starts. And then, nobody's going to know how many customers actually opt out. So, I think you're going to be stuck with, at the beginning of the CCA, the opt-out customers are going to be served through the spot market. Now, as time goes on, and you get a better understanding of how many opt-out customers there are, and is it a pretty stable amount of load, then, maybe you could start to implement some longer-term procurement for them. But there's going to be at least some period of time, maybe a summer season or a non-summer season, where you have to do some spot market purchases for all of that, and that exposes those opt-out customers to some real price volatility, which, one, it's exposing them to price volatility. Two, it means that you really don't have a comparison price to provide them when they're deciding whether to opt out in the first place. Because you just have no idea. You have to do estimates or something that really wouldn't be based on any reality. So we think that's a really a problem of splitting the two procurements, which is really what sent us down this path of trying to set this up so that some load could come from Montgomery County opt-outs could come in and join the SOS on the same terms, but it would be limited, again, to mitigate that risk. So I'm sure you probably still have questions about that. I could address Commissioner Richards' question a little bit. When we did the 8-month contracts a couple years ago, those were 8-month contracts for all the PEPCO SOS load from Prince George's and Montgomery County. And that was done, the reason it was 8 months was to sort of, so that contract ended when, we thought the CCA would start. So we wouldn't be going past that potential start date. Now that start date has shifted, so, that never happened. But we didn't do just Prince George's County only procurement. We did procurement for all of it, but for a shorter amount of time.
Yeah, if I could just get a clarification. It's my understanding in the 22, did a full commitment, full contract for both counties, but for that last 8 month, there was a procurement just for Prince George's County. And that was during the 24 to 25 period when the assumption was CCA was going to begin.
Well, I think if we're talking about the same thing, I think we had an 8-month, I think we called it a stub period, where it was beyond when the CCA started that we were going to have to figure out how to buy for. And it was either, I think it's the same issue, either that was going to be Prince George's County only, or it was going to be this, some kind of joint procurement like we're talking about today. But all the contracts before that were, for the full load.
And if I might, I'd just point out that was the plan. That was what was put into the bid plans that were adopted in that year's PIP process and by the commission at the end of that process, as you're sitting here today. But that plan was altered when the CCA date was shifted forward or shifted back in time, so that we didn't need to do that.
Okay, I understand that. It was just, it seemed like the time everyone came together on this concept that once CCA began, there would be a Prince George's County only procurement for at least that period of time.
Well, actually, let me ask one sort of clarifying question, and don't take this the wrong way, because I realize you've been part of SOS since you were essentially president at its creation. But in developing your proposal, did you get help from outside experts that you guys have? I mean, I don't need to know who, but
yeah, we use consulting to help us, think about these different risks.
Yeah. All right, good enough. Commissioner Barbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just trying to get a feel for this 10 megawatt cap that you're proposing. So, number one, how did you arrive at that number? And number two, I just have no feel for whether that's a big, a tiny, a medium-sized cap. What is that in comparison? Describe it to me.
Okay. It's not a magic number. Right? It's not. I don't want to give the impression that it's like this is it. It can't be anything different.
Mm-hmm.
We are trying to balance things here.
I've pulled my share of numbers out of thin air, so I'm very.
It's not quite that. We looked at historic. We got data from the utilities about how much SOS load has shifted.
Okay.
Or changed between when it was bid and when the contract started.
Okay.
And it's like everything else. It's got complications. There's let me just say this.
Mm-hmm.
So the data we found was that there have been times when that load has grown 7-8%. There's times when it's gone down 5 or 6% or something like that. So we wanted to. The idea was to kind of allow for that sort of same variation, but then have room for this opt-out load to come back without we don't want to we didn't want to make it too low to, sort of trigger this cap every time, and you have PEPCO, spot market procurement. That's happened, and again, the prices would be blended together, and spot market procurement can be high, can be low. I don't want to, in predicting that, it's pretty hard. But so we took that into consideration, how much it's moved. The complication is that PJM does a reset of capacity obligations every June 1st. And a lot of that movement is based on that, which is just an added complication to all this that makes it a little hard to think about those numbers, because we haven't seen that much, we haven't seen 5%, 8% movement with retail shopping. It's been much more gradual than that. But you do have this process where PJM says, based on last year's summer peaks and the various contributions of the different service territories, here's new peak load contributions for all these different customers, and that is what has driven those differences. But they're there. We think you have to deal with it, and that's where we kind of. So it's a combination of that data and a little bit of judgment about trying to put allow a modest percentage of customers to come in without triggering this.
So is the 10 megawatts sort of a little more than the ordinary variance? Is it like 8%? Is that what it sort of is?
Those numbers I gave you were like the most.
Yeah.
So it's
so it's kind of a averagey type value.
I guess it's an average value for movement plus an allotment for what we think is sort of a 5 to 10% opt-out rate back from Montgomery County.
Okay, and I have a question that maybe is better directed at Montgomery County, but you happen to be standing there now. So, in the course of your decision making on this proposal, did you presume that the CCA rate was going to be lower than standard offer, or did you not make any assumptions like that based on this analysis?
Yeah, we didn't have to make any assumptions on that. We were, we've had a lot of discussion in the work group. Montgomery County has been, pretty clear that they're trying to develop a product that's going to be, similarly constructed to SOS, with, to avoid any real, significant price variation.
Yeah.
But, we don't know until, the aggregation plan is actually approved and their procurements actually start to happen. So, we're sort of trying to anticipate, some situations where there is a big price where there is a price differential that would get some customers' attention and actually get that, a higher level of opt-out, 20% or something like that.
So, Commissioner Suchman and I are both Montgomery County residents, so we're going to have to, as consumers, we're going to have to make this decision in another, year or so, year and a half or so. So I presume, I should know the answer to this question, but I don't. I presume that when I have to make this decision, I'm going to be choosing between a proposed rate from the community choice aggregation rate versus the SOS rate, and most likely I'm going to choose the one that's lower, probably.
Well,
right?
That's in the statute.
Yeah.
The statute says that Montgomery County shall send out this notice. There's two notices. First notice is they tell everybody we've got this plan, go check it out if you want. The second notice is what you're saying. Here's the CCA offerings, their prices. Here's the SOS option.
I do remember that now.
And now I think it's going to be, the CCA might have multiple options to choose from. And, there's always a question of how many customers really pay attention to this in the first place. which is, you get to the opt out as opposed to opt in.
Right.
So, but that, the idea is that, yes, you're going to get a notice that's hopefully clear to people, tells them what their options are, tells them what their prices are. And, one of our concerns is that SOS option price is a real price based on, real supply that, and what they would be facing.
So you feel that this cap allows there to be a fairly hard, predictable number for SOS?
Yes, I mean, there could be some adjustment to it. Unfortunately, we can't figure out a way to make it, to do it in a fair way where it's like, this is it for sure. Because, things change over time anyway.
Yeah.
It's always going to change. But yes, whatever fairly concrete is sort of the best we can do.
Okay, thank you.
I was just going to say, the impression I've gotten from Montgomery County is that their expectation is that the CCA product or products will essentially be very similar to SOS, but with more green in them, and that could actually, what effect that would actually have on the price of the CCA is questionable. We don't know what it would be. But again, that's that non-price element of the comparison between the two will probably be there in some way, shape, or form as well.
Okay, that'll be my question to Montgomery County then. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and all.
Mr. Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you. I think this is an innovative approach, but I guess I wanted to ask you the question. I think it was raised in some of Prince George's counties. Is this is a pilot for Montgomery County, and I've been very supportive of trying to help get this pilot moving forward. But it's not Prince George's County pilot, and it seems that part of the problem is being raised here is while you're trying to blend some of these risks, and these risks are somewhat unknown, you're requiring Prince George's County to pick up some of those costs. Whereas if you go the approach that Prince George's County would like to go, they can at least do a straightforward procurement for the SOS needs of the county, and kind of isolate at least their risk. I mean, maybe I'm just asking for more of a reaction. Is it fair for Prince George's County to have to bear the risk, especially the risks right now that are somewhat unknown, as you were describing, having your various caps and what you do, and if we go over the cap, and we don't really know how the various suppliers are going to bid in an SOS situation where they've got this very complex situation. So maybe you could just you give me your reaction to that.
The creation of the CCA is a big change to Pepco SOS, and in order to implement it definitely creates some changes in the risks for all the customers involved, Montgomery County and Prince George's County alike. Our focus has been to try to find a way to implement what the General Assembly approved, and part of that the statute says to look for ways try to mitigate the risk from that volumetric risk from switching customers. The General Assembly left in place all of the provisions, that were cited in some of the filings to you about SOS service and, a blend of portfolio and different, try to reduce volatility, and all that stayed in place, and they didn't say that doesn't apply anymore. So trying to, look at all of that together, we came to the conclusion that this type of an approach mitigates those risks and allow this this pilot to move forward, which it's only Montgomery County now, but I mean I think the General Assembly, by allowing the pilot to go forward, thinks it's a means to improve supply for other parts of the state as well if this is successful. That's the way we looked at it. Again, I just think there's no perfect way to do this. And one other point, I definitely think it's reasonable to think that, once you have an implementation phase and you get a number of opt-outs, as you move forward from that, then it becomes a much clearer picture for for SOS suppliers to bid on, and this concern about, risk premiums becomes, much less going forward. So it's not a forever, we don't think, as we sit here today, we don't think it's a forever kind of situation. We think it's a transition kind of situation.
Well, and I guess that was going to be you're turning it into my second question, and that is, I think you acknowledge in your proposal that there will probably be, as it goes into place, CCA goes into place, there'll probably take some time before you get to what I think you referred to as a stabilization. I guess I would ask, maybe should there be a two-part to this where maybe before we get to that stabilization, Prince George's County could have its procurement, for SOS, and then after there's a better understanding of how in this pilot CCA is going to work, then perhaps a more blended approach could take place, because then there would be some knowledge as to the approximate number of SOS versus CCA customers there might be.
I think the challenge there is that you don't know that until you actually, provide that notice that I was talking to with Commissioner Barve about. Here's the CCA option, here's the SOS option. Tell us what you want to do. Until you do that, you don't know how many opt-outs are going to happen. And politically, who knows what's happening in the next year and a half or 2 years. I mean, all kinds of things can happen. So, which would impact these decisions potentially. So you don't know that until you actually put that notice out. And in order to put that notice out, you run into real trouble if you completely split the procurements. The other issue that we keep kind of coming back to is that, what do you do with this unknown number of Montgomery County opt-out customers? The provisions of the statute are still there to have, about they would be on an SOS service of some kind, trying to make that as stable as possible, blended portfolio, all of those provisions are still there. Trying to do something like that, I think has those challenges.
Yeah, and I certainly agree. We don't want to do anything now that undermines the CCA pilot. I guess the last part, you were talking about this comparison price. Even under this approach, is this going to be really an accurate number that you can provide, one way or the other? Because it seems that, should there be a stampede, even though you had, guessed that there would be a standard offer service price, but because of this, the way you've approached this by exceeding the cap, and then suddenly the cap, will be borne by, the just Montgomery County and the spot market, you'll have maybe people out there said, well, wait a second, you told me there was a price to compare, and I specifically got off of CCA because I wanted that price, but now it's completely different.
Yeah, I think the best you can do when you provide that notice and that price to compare, it needs to communicate that, depending on the number of customers who opt out, this price, could change. Now, the reality is it could go up or down. If the CCA starts in October, say, and you start doing some spot market purchases in October, that may be a low price. If you start in June, you go into June, July, it might, our concern is that could be a really high price.
Okay.
So
Well, it's just
that's
that-
the hard thing to communicate, but it seems to be the best that we can do it at this point.
But either way, you'll have to communicate that, yes, we're giving you a comparison price, but it could be much higher, it could be much lower. I'm just trying to ascertain, as we're going to take this back and
Yeah.
to figure out, does this really solve then that particular problem that Montgomery County wanted to address, and that is providing a comparison price that would be somewhat accurate when it may not be.
Well, somewhat accurate. I think the alternative is if you do split the procurements, then, I'm not sure what you do then. Telling the Montgomery County customers, well, here are the CCA prices, and here's the prices that Prince George's County customers are going to pay for SOS. That's pretty meaningless, because those prices are based on supply contracts that Montgomery County customers can't get in on. So there you're telling them something that's really sort of meaningless. And, the reality is they will be charged based on these spot prices when they actually get their bill. So, I think that's like much worse. You could maybe do some kind of an estimate. You could have somebody say, like, well, here's an estimate of future where we think the spot market's going over the next few months. Again, it's not based on any actual supply that's been procured, because you don't know the quantity. But then you have to communicate that, like, here's your price to compare, and it's based on an analysis that some consultant did of what you might pay.
Okay.
That's pretty.
Yeah, I think
pretty challenging too.
A lot to think about there. I think again we try to figure out how we again continue to support the pilot, the CCA pilot, but again do what we can to mitigate those impacts to the county that's not part of the pilot.
Right.
And I think I don't know if it's analogous or not, but I'm sure if DC were doing something that could potentially impact Maryland, we'd certainly want to make sure that they were completely fully inoculated from that. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Fleshman.
In my conversation with Mr. Spivak, I spoke to him about the situation where the utility overestimates the need for whatever reason. Less people opt out, and in that situation, the utility doesn't bear the burden of overestimating. That goes to the supplier. So I guess I'm not understanding why Pepco wouldn't just overestimate the need without thinking about how many customers would opt in or would opt out or not. You wouldn't need the cap, and you wouldn't need the utility to go into the spot market.
Well, in our proposal, the utility doesn't estimate how many customers are going to opt out. They set the base PLC based on the Prince George's County load plus whatever. Let me make sure I get this right. Yeah, they set the base PLC based on the load in Prince George's County plus whatever opt-outs they have. But it's subject to the cap that the cap itself is based on.
But why do they need? But why do they need to do that? Why do they need to base it on opt-out? Why don't they just overestimate the amount that they need? Since they're not going to bear the burden of making. I mean, it sounds like the problem is going to come when they underestimate what they need, as opposed to overestimating what they need.
Yeah, I think what I'm struggling with is in this proposal there's no estimate of what they need. They at the time of bidding, they say to the Pepco says to the suppliers, here's the peak load contribution of the Prince George's County customers. Say that's 50 megawatts for this block. Then, at the same time, when they're bidding, they say to the suppliers, you are obligated, when the contract actually starts, your obligation is for Prince George's County customers plus Montgomery County opt-out customers, but you are capped. If it started at 50 when you bid, you're capped at 65. And then, whatever happens between 50 and 65, or even if somehow it goes below 50, the supplier has that obligation, and Pepco doesn't buy anything. And they don't estimate how much opt-out there's going to be. There's no chance of
But
them
what if
buying more
Pepco
than
said
they need.
we need 80? Is it that they're going to be paying more
Well-
when they if they know they only need 50 but they bid 80 so they have a cushion?
Well, see, they don't bid the actual, like, we're talking about the peak load contribution number, which is just used to cap the obligations. What they're actually bidding is a percentage, is the way the way these contracts work. They're saying to the supplier, the supplier's ultimate obligation is, you're obligated to 4%. You're obligated to 3.675%. And all those percentages add up to 100. So that's the way the contracts actually work. These peak load numbers we're talking about are only relevant to the ink deck provisions, which limit the amount the supplier has to, if the ink gets exceeded, that limits how much they have to supply.
And if I could clarify, I mean, I think you have to remember that the bidding is predicated on the suppliers getting information that is as accurate as possible about the load configuration of the utilities. So that decrement provision that I mentioned earlier, that was put in place to account for the possibility of people migrating to retail supply and
Okay, so they'll
reduction.
and
But
will
it wasn't meant to handle a huge drop all at once.
right. So will the utility know at the time of bidding the number of opt-outs?
No, because the bidding, I mean, if say the schedule we've got right now, this April, in April of 2025, they will be, Pepco will be putting out, bidding for a contract that has, if you approve it, the provisions that we've got in there, because the April 2025 procurement, those contracts will go from October 1, 2025 till September 30, 2027. That overlaps with the CCA if it starts June 1, 2027. So they have to, suppliers have to give us their number, and it's a fixed price for whatever we tell them whatever we tell them their obligations are. They've got to give a fixed price this April 2025, that that covers after the opt-outs happen. So no, they won't know. Now, 2 years from, once the CCA is started, well, then they'll have a pretty good idea. But before then, in this transition, no.
Right. So if we were to assume a 20% opt-out, that would give the utility greater cushion. But would it also include an additional risk premium that they're going to have to cover because they're assuming a higher opt-out? Is that going to change the price in the bidding?
Well, we would have to we'd have to go back to the drawing board on the FSA contracts and figure out if we put that, if Pepco is putting that kind of cushion on there, you'd have to figure out who had obligations for what when the load was different than that.
Okay, so are you assuming a 10% opt-out now? Is that
there's no in the contract, there's no assumption about the opt-out rate. The only thing about the only, if you want to say, assumption we made was we thought about how an opt-out rate of how many customers to come back to set this cap. But that's just part of the thinking for that 10 megawatt cap. And that's just that 10 megawatt cap is in the FSA, and that number could be higher, could be lower. There's no other assumption in the FSA or in this proposal about how many customers come back. The supplier has the obligation to supply a certain percentage of the SOS hour to hour. The cap that we're talking about limits that the way the Inc. provision does. This is just a separate provision that limits their potential upside exposure. Making an assumption about how many, telling Pepco, go buy some additional power we'd have to rewrite the FSA very significantly. I don't want to say it's impossible because, lots of things are possible, but we would have to rewrite the FSA. We'd have to
I
figure
guess I
out
don't really,
these obligations.
I'm not really understanding until you know what the opt-out rate is. I'm not really understanding how how Pepco is able to go in to an auction and be able to.
Well, that's why I think Mr. Fields was saying that the only assumption built into their proposal is the PG County load, and then there is this cap mechanism on the PLC, which is an attempt to deal with the possible amount of opt-outs without making any real concrete assumption. But I think if you tried what you were suggesting, and having Pepco simply buy an excess of power in advance to make sure they can cover it, I think you would have to restructure things for at least that power, essentially to say, and Pepco and its customers are responsible for that.
Well, that's what I was wondering if that was sort of its own risk premium, so that by building that in, that's going to cause higher prices because you've got that additional cushion.
If you tried to do that and bid it out to suppliers, you would probably get higher risk premiums out of it from them.
Okay.
Alternatively, you could simply, put it on Pepco and its ratepayers, and that would mean there's no risk premium for it for the suppliers, but Pepco and its ratepayers are stuck with whatever the market outcome is of having to, sell off whatever supply.
Right. Now, I'm going back to this, to the impact on Prince George's County. So I'm trying to understand where customers in that county are affected. So if the cap is never hit, then the only impact that they're going to feel is on that additional risk premium. Okay. And if the cap is hit, then the only impact is going to be on Montgomery County residents. So will not be on Prince George's County. So what we're talking about is they're paying the additional risk premium for that 10 megawatt cap.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, there's a extremely unlikely scenario where, customers, migrate, in Prince George's County, customers migrate from retail shopping back to SOS in some mass way and could trigger something, but that's an extremely unlikely scenario. In all other cases, what you just said is what will happen.
Okay.
And actually, there is the possibility that there will be a substantial migration of customers from retail supply to SOS, really beginning later this year or in January because of the POR and SB1 and all that legislation. We don't know precisely how that's going to work, but that will have all played out by the time anything with the CCA has come into effect.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
So if we adopt the Prince George's County proposal and have two separate procurements, if the CCA rolls out the way everybody's expecting, that there's not going to be a significant number of people opting out, is there going to be a large enough pot of customers to make a procurement possible?
I think it'll, we've done procurements with blocks of 30 megawatts, and so it's possible it'll be really small and it'll be hard to do a full requirements type of contract, in which case you'd have the options of either continuing with some kind of spot purchasing, or maybe certainly SMECO, for example, puts together a portfolio of base load, middle, and peak. Whether you'd want to go through all that complication for a very small number of opt-out customers who themselves have the ability to go back to the CCA or retail choice at any time, I don't know that you'd want to try to do all that just for a really small number of customers. So, I think there is a possibility that you get a small enough number of opt-outs that, you run into that problem of not having a big enough number.
I think,
But it's not that likely.
yeah, and I think if that were to occur, I mean, ultimately, if the number of opt-outs stabilizes is at that really low number, at that point, maybe then you would add them back into the load that's the supply that's being purchased for PG County. Because at that point you have a fixed number, you're not imposing any additional risk on the SOS, and if that's what your decision is initially, that at that point, like I said, when you have that known load, then you can put them back into the larger pool.
And what concerns do we have if, the exact opposite happens, that they, produce the CCA and it's not a situation of if you build it, they will come, but they actually do opt out. If a significant number of customers decide that, no, we don't want this and, we're gone, what impact does that have?
Well, then the cap that we're talking about would be, hit, and there would be, so many opt-outs that the PEPCO SOS load for Montgomery County was above that number, and PEPCO would have the obligation to go procure that power. At the very beginning, again, it would be, I think it would have to be spot market purchases, and you would blend that into the price for the power you'd already had procured. So, for example, if you got, twice as much opt-outs as you had factored into for the cap, then very roughly those customers, the opt-out price would be a blend, kind of a 50-50 blend of whatever the PEPCO SOS price was, because you had some power from those contracts you were using for this Montgomery County load. Be a 50-50 blend of that price and whatever price you got out of the spot market, average for a whole month and that sort of thing. You'd average those two things together, and that would be your price for SOS. Again, and that spot market prices could be high, could be low, could be in the middle. It's doable. You don't know what the price is going to be.
So, at the risk of discussing religion, Prince George's County has made the assertion that since the creation of the CCA is what's created this issue when it comes to the SOS thing, that they in fact are the cost causers, so therefore they should bear all the risk and all the burden that comes from doing this procurement.
Yeah, we've had a couple, discussions about the phrase cost causation, and the costs here really come from the risk, which comes from the change in circumstance that comes from the legislation. So Montgomery County customers live in their life, and then they make a decision about opt out. The way we've been thinking about it is that those customers who opt out, they're not in the same situation as other SOS customers in the state, because they have this CCA option that was created by the General Assembly. So they are in a different position, but all the provisions in the law about SOS, still have to be applied to them, and interpreted in a way in light of this CCA, but also trying to give effect to giving them a price with the least volatility possible, and based on competitive procurement and all that. We're thinking of it more like it's the situation that we're in that causes this additional risk, and it has to be mitigated as much as possible for all customers.
All right, so Montgomery County said the CCA wouldn't start before June of the particular year. And if I remember right, your proposal said, well, it actually would be better if it doesn't start before October of that year. So, I mean, what are the problems so it's not going to be June, but if it's not October, if it's August or September, what impacts is that?
That's even much bigger problems. we you know, the SOS contracts start, you know, we have sets that start June 1, we have sets that start at October 1. And all the discussion we've had is about, you know, picking one of those two dates. And our concern that we put in the letter, and we've talked about some in the working group, but this kind of switch to June 1, 2027 came kind of late in the process, and we had to get these documents done and get this discussion before you. So we haven't fully discussed it. But the concerns we have there is you're right before a summer season. You know, the suppliers, under our proposal, we are asking them to pick up, you know, some of that opt-out load. They're not going to know about it until, if it's a June 1 start, they're going to know about it in, you know, April or something like, you know, they're going to have an idea April of how much is coming their way. That amount would be capped, but they would find out how much, and they've got to deal with that right away starting June 1st in a potentially, you know, volatile period in the wholesale market. So we're concerned about that, and we're also concerned about the potential price impacts of that same problem on the opt-out customers themselves. So, you know, the first problem, you know, putting that on the suppliers potentially impacts their bids in the first place. So we have those problems. And in October, you know, you're in a fall season, you've got October, you've got November, you've got December. You got more of a glide path for them to figure out what's going on and to adjust to it. If you start in between, you know, we have to come up with some new provisions for how you know, how those opt-out customers are going to be, you know, served. They could be served, you know, spot market. That could happen at any time. But, you know, you still have to think about how, you know, how do we, like, for example, if it's going to start, say, August 1st, now you've got a period of June 1st to July 31, and you still have Montgomery County customers on SOS. How do you supply that SOS? Do we do a 2-month full requirements contract for the Montgomery County SOS customers for those 2 months? Do we put them on spot price right away? You know, how do we manage that? Because that's something we haven't, you know, had to manage at all with residential customers. You know, how we make those short-term procurements for, you know, for that big set of customers. You know, you can't say anything's really like impossible with power procurement because people can come up with all kinds of things, but that creates lots of challenges.
I mean, I also think, I mean, something we haven't discussed that much yet is also the transition period from once the CCA starts and customers are transitioned over to SOS. I don't think we've really quite figured out how we end up handling that in the contractual terms here.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So why don't we turn to Montgomery County? And let me put, if you've got like multiple speakers, why don't you just take advantage of the table?
Great.
That way you don't have to like jump up and down. So
Thank you.
sure.
Good afternoon, Chair Hoover, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Lisa Brennan, Assistant County Attorney for Montgomery County, Maryland. With me today is Stan Edwards, Chief of the Energy, Climate, and Compliance Division of Montgomery County's Department of Environmental Protection. And also with us today is Michael Krautheimer, Managing Director for EV Advisors. And he's been working with us this whole time on developing the CCA. So I'm going to turn this over to them. And then, of course, we are here to answer any questions.
Sure.
Thank you. Again, Stan Edwards with Montgomery County Environmental Protection. I'm going to turn it over to Michael here in a minute to say some things, but I just want to, at the risk of repeating some things we've said before, I want to back up a little bit and just talk a little bit about why Montgomery County is interested in going down this path and some commitments we've made about this. We want to green our electricity supply more than the RPS currently requires it. So we're interested in doing that. But we also understand that price of electricity is going to be critical to the long-term stability of this program. And so we've talked about, and we will lay out in the aggregation plan that you will have the opportunity to review and approve. You have to approve it under the statute. A procurement plan that we feel will allow us to offer electricity at or cheaper than SOS. And that's for the base product that people will default into, they will be enrolled into. Now, we will have other options. We anticipate having other options that are greener, that they can choose. They will still be in the CCA, but they will have these greener options. But our anticipation is the product that people will be enrolled into will be equivalent to or even less than SOS through this procurement process that we're setting up. And that will prevent this mass migration of people away from the CCA, the opt-outs from the CCA. So we think that's a critically important thing. And again, we'll lay that all out in the aggregation plan. But the reason we need to have this decision made is so that we understand when we put together the aggregation plan what it is, how SOS will work once we start. The other thing I want to say is we've talked about the changing of the start date here of the CCA, and it has shifted from when we first started. There's a long process we have to go through under the statute in order to start the CCA. Regulations, that process took much longer than I think any of us anticipated. We've got to get the aggregation plan approved. We've got to get a local law. We've got to procure a supplier. So all those steps take time. And what we've talked about in the procurement process is mirroring the SOS process. So this four procurements over a 2-year cycle is exactly what we would do. And so that's again why that start date is out now in 27. We've also committed to being very open with all participants in this about when we would not start before. So right now, we will not start before June 1, 2027. If things don't line up, all these steps that we need to get in place, we will be very upfront before the next procurement cycle so that everybody's clear when we go through an SOS procurement cycle that the CCA will not start before such and such a date. And right now, June 1, 2027 is the earliest we would start. But if we can't get everything before the April cycle of procurements, we will let everybody know well ahead of that so that that April procurement process can go on as it normally would. And when the CCA is expected to come online, people would know that as we're going into the SOS procurement process well ahead of time. The last thing I think I want to say, although I've got a lot of notes here, there were a lot of things said there, but under the statute, we're required to tell our customers, and let me back up to the customers first of all. We also, as a county government, have a commitment to our residents and our small commercial customers. We want to make sure they are not. We would like their electricity supply to be greener, but we also don't want to increase their energy burden. We don't want to increase costs on our customers as a county government. That would not be good for our residents who we're in place to serve. So again, that procurement process to have that is very important and will prevent this migration we've been talking about. We've also made a commitment that we would not, you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, to start between June and October. We've made a commitment. We will start on an SOS transition date, if you will, either June 1st or October 1. And there's been discussion about whether June 1st is better than October 1, and that Mr. Fields talked about that, and Mr. Spivak as well. But we are not looking to start some strange time outside of that cycle. This is complicated enough with the transition at the normal SOS procurement cycle. The final thing that I'll say, and Michael will probably speak more to this, but under the statute, we're required to tell our customers, here's the CCA prices and options, and here's what your options are. You can go back to SOS. You can go to a retail supplier, and here is the cost. We can't tell them the cost of retail suppliers, but we can tell them where they can find retail suppliers. Well, we can tell them the SOS cost because that will be known, except if we do the separate procurements, which we don't think, again, Michael will talk more about this, we don't think that's consistent with the SOS law that's in place in the state right now. There aren't SOS customers in Montgomery County and SOS customers in Prince George's. There are SOS customers in Pepco territory. But if we do separate procurements, we will not be able to tell them, here's the SOS price, because as Mr. Fields talked about, they'll be out buying on the spot market. And so we'll have to say, we don't know what your cost is. And so that's going to be very, we think, obviously it's going to be very difficult for our customers. We think it's inconsistent with the statute, the CCA statute, that we have an obligation to tell them, here's the CCA price, here's the SOS price, make your decision based on that. And so I'll let Michael probably elaborate on some of those points and perhaps even correct some of the things I've said.
No, not at all. Well, stole my thunder, but that's okay. I mean, I too, we've heard a lot of very insightful and thoughtful comments from Mr. Spivak, Mr. Fields, Mr. Edwards. So I don't want to reiterate or repeat either, but it is important, I think, to tie up, like kind of wrap up with a bow, the county's views. Suffice it to say, Montgomery County strongly supports OPC's proposal, and the changes do have to be approved on the time frame that all the other changes have to be approved, because it has to go into this FSA right now. Regardless of when the CCA begins delivery, Montgomery County requires the certainty of knowing that this framework is in place so that we can now do all the other work we need to do to actually get the plan to the commission, for the commission to review it, approve it, and then we begin delivering power. So time is absolutely of the essence. We also note, at the outset, that OPC's sole purpose is to defend the interests of all residential customers in the state, and we greatly appreciate the resources that they've dedicated to this process. Put simply, OPC's identified a risk to suppliers which has always existed, and it's quite logically been priced into SOS as a risk premium. OPC's proposal that is before you today reduces a risk that has existed for years. The analogy that we included in our comments was that if one is having a Labor Day picnic and you ask someone to deliver sandwiches for all the attendees at the picnic on Labor Day, but they have to make a commitment on Memorial Day, not knowing how many customers are going to show up on Labor Day, naturally they're going to plan on bringing more sandwiches. Now if you say, we're expecting 50 people, but the most is like 60 or 65, that gives them some bandwidth. Currently, the way it works with SOS is, we think there's going to be 50, but there could be 150. We have no idea. So we are now mitigating risk, reducing risk, putting downward price on SOS bids, which will accrue to the benefit of all Pepco SOS customers. Fortuitously, this happens to work out well, the timing works out well for the CCA, but frankly, we think it would be beneficial even without the CCA for the reasons I just described. So SOS was created, as we all know, 20 years ago with a few key principles to which all Marylanders who are served by IOUs are entitled. One is that SOS was designed to obtain the best price for residential and small commercial customers. This is language from the statute. One means of achieving this will be a series of competitive wholesale bids solicited over 2 years, not all at once, resulting in a portfolio of blended wholesale supply contracts. Again, these are concepts, these are right from the statute. These are not things that have just developed over time. It's the sole purpose of SOS. And the General Assembly explicitly relied on SOS when, on SOS coexisting in Montgomery County during the CCA, as demonstrated by the fact that the law establishing the CCA pilot specifically provides for customers who opt out and receive SOS, as well as the requirement for the CCA to provide a price to compare, which you've already heard quite a bit about this morning. Both of these can be achieved only with a stable and consistent SOS, which cannot exist if the counties are split. So in conclusion, OPC's proposal provides Pepco SOS customers, regardless of geographical location, the same benefits they've always received as a result of the 4-year SOS procurement process. It provides a stable product for Pepco SOS customers in Montgomery County in case they want to opt out of the CCA. It provides a stable SOS price to compare to be provided to Montgomery County customers, which is a requirement of the statute, has to be a real number. And it avoids the possibility of price premiums for a small pool of Montgomery County customers if Pepco is required to manage separate auctions. So as I mentioned, including the FSA this fall is essential because the FSA is revised only once a year, and we need the certainty before we go ahead with our aggregation plan. Just so the Commission is aware of timing, this the first proposal, the first draft of this proposal was circulated to the work group last December. So it's been like almost a year that this issue has been discussed in like basically every single work group, as well as bilaterally between different stakeholders in between. So a lot of time has been spent on this. Everybody's had time to conduct their due diligence, do whatever discovery, research needs to be done. We don't believe there's anything to be gained from further from sending this back to the work group, and we urge the Commission to approve OPC's proposal. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Fleshman.
Okay, so let's go to your sandwich analogy. And it has nothing to do with the fact that I'm getting hungry. But
Maybe a bad
yeah.
metaphor. Yeah.
Okay, so, and this kind of goes back to some of my earlier questioning. So right now, Pepco doesn't have to let the market know how many sandwiches it needs. It's just sort of saying, this is kind of how many sandwiches people had eaten before. And why, so explain to me why that can't just continue, even with the CCA, and then once the opt-out occurs, then everybody will sort of know who's going to be opting, who's going with Montgomery County versus those staying with Pepco, so that in the next bidding cycle, everybody will sort of have that information. I'm not understanding why. I understand why putting a cap actually is beneficial to the supplier, and probably will lower the sort of bids coming in, or present sort of a greater opportunity for Pepco to secure lower bids because they're actually capping what would have been sort of the responsibility of the supplier. But I don't understand why Pepco just would just not put a cap in at all.
Well, that basically is what's happening.
Right. And I don't understand why that can't just continue. I guess I keep asking the same question. Maybe I keep asking it a little differently, but maybe Mr. Spivak can answer my question.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Fields or folks from utilities are also here. So like not having eyes in the back of my head, I can't tell if they're like waving to like me.
Oh, they're doing terrible things. You don't want me to tell you.
Can I just suggest that unlike our hypothetical picnic, there's a long history of the load in Prince George's County and the load in Montgomery County. And when we say the CCA is going to start, I think the suppliers would say, and if Pepco puts out saying we need power for Prince George's County and half of Montgomery County customers, and people know what the CCA, they've seen the aggregation plan, they understand how we're trying to procure power, they understand the likelihood of customers opting out, I think they would say, well, that doesn't seem like a realistic number.
Right. So let's just back up a little bit, and I want to get back to that. But when we write the aggregation plan, we're going to explain to the Commission, as we've discussed in the past, that the way the procurement for the CCA is going to proceed is that we are going to direct our supplier, the CCA supplier, to purchase on the same schedule that the utilities purchase for SOS. We're not going to buy full requirements contracts, but we're going to buy power at the same time, in the same intervals. The purpose of doing so is to be able to come in slightly under SOS. So if we don't do that, and if we come up with some sort of procurement plan that you believe puts customers at risk, or if the if it seems like it's going to cause a lot of migration or an undue number of opt-outs, the Commission can just say that doesn't work for us. You cannot go ahead and do that. the idea is we're going to come in here, we're going to tell you what I just told you. We're going to buy power on the same schedule as the utilities buy for SOS, and that's how we're going to have a price that is competitive and will reduce opt-outs. Historically, when CCAs launch, opt-outs are somewhere in the 5% range, which is a number that works well with OPC's proposal. So that's how you know the number isn't going to be big. Now, in terms of Commissioner Suchman, what you just asked, that basically is what we're going to do. The auction happens in October or April. An estimate number of megawatts is written down on that date, but that is not the final number of megawatts that the suppliers are required to provide once delivery starts. That actual number isn't established until the first day of delivery, many months after the auction. That's the risk that exists today. That's the who knows how many people are going to show up. OPC's proposal, by contrast, says we're going to pencil in a number on the day of the auction, or that week of the auction. It's going to be put down in pencil, and it's not, no matter how many people show up or don't show up, it's not going to increase or decrease by more than a certain number. So it will be a known number. It will be the PEPCO PLC, peak load contribution, along with the number of opt-outs that we will have received by that date from Montgomery County customers, and PEPCO will go and procure for all of those customers in both counties, without regard to which county they're in. And that will be simply how it works.
Right. I'm guessing. I'm asking why they have to put the cap in when they. I understand that suppliers are going to know that that's not going to be the number that they want, but it could be, and it could be substantially lower, or it could be a little lower, because they're not going to know how many customers are opting out.
Well, because of the way that we're going to be developing the procurement plan, and because of historical experience with other CCAs, assuming the CCA operates according to the plan that I just described, which it will, there's no reason to expect that opt-outs will be more than about 5%, and there will be no need for the cap. The cap will not be triggered. That certainly, the Commission could decide to just leave the FSA exactly as it is, have no cap, and approve the plan only if it meets with your belief that it is designed in a way that will minimize opt-outs, and everything should be fine. We believe that OPC has identified an issue that deserves to be fixed. Without regard to the CCA, it's not unreasonable to think that let's just take a belt and suspenders approach. The CCA is new. We don't have experience with it here in Maryland. We understand that the procurement plan that Montgomery County develops is going to be designed to come in at or below SOS. Furthermore, the Commission's going to review it, so everything should work out fine. But you know what? Let's just put this cap in place anyway.
But the cap triggers purchases on the spot market. I guess the question is, without the cap, is the concern, and maybe this is a question for PEPCO, is the concern that suppliers are just not going to bid because there's too much risk of knowing how much PEPCO is actually going to need, and so unless there's some kind of cap in place, at least in the initial sort of in the initial auctions, suppliers just will not participate.
I understand. So currently what would happen today, you're right, is that risk would be on suppliers.
And the
Right.
suppliers won't come because
Well-
so that's maybe the question that I'm sort of getting to. So it's not, the cap has to be put in because you've got to give assurances to the suppliers who are going to be participating in the auction that there is a rational purchasing going on, and that you're not asking them to commit to a situation that they can't possibly meet, because their obligation could be all over the place.
Exactly. And moreover, although you are taking that risk away from the suppliers and, in a sense, potentially triggering these purchases if the cap is exceeded, if you don't impose the cap, you're still paying a premium, not through spot purchases, but you're still paying it because there's no cap, and suppliers aren't going to wear that risk without.
Right, and that's going to be a burden really on Prince George's County
all SOS
ratepayers
customers.
in a way that you won't have that burden where you have a cap.
Exactly.
Okay, all right. I think I understand this now.
I think you're getting there, Commissioner. Just
taking a little bit of time.
I just want to add a few bits of interest there. One is that the SOS structure was always crafted to distribute the risk between suppliers and the utilities and their customers, and there hasn't been any cap of this, partly because we hadn't really thought about that risk, but mostly because there wasn't any need to think about that risk, because the flow of customers to and from SOS was fairly small, modest, and at any given time. So there wasn't that much risk that between bid day and power flow date, the PLC that the suppliers bid on would change by any substantial amount. The existence or the potential existence of the CCA brings a change to that, in that it does create this opt-out issue, and the uncertainty around the number of customers. And therefore, I would say staff, and I think OPC as well, has always favored trying to keep risks more on the suppliers, because they're in a better position than ratepayers and the utilities to evaluate what the risks are and to price those into their products. But in this instance, we have something happening that really they have no control over, and they don't know anything more than we do. So the concern is either that they don't show up, or that they increase the risk premiums that they build into their SOS bids.
Right, so high that they might as well not have shown up.
Right.
Right. On some level, actually, it's just in listening to this conversation, the risk is really on the Montgomery County customers, because those are the ones, if you guys don't get it right, they all decide to opt out, they're going to have assuming that the spot market price is going to be higher than the auction price. I don't know.
Well, no, you're exactly right, Commissioner Suchman. But again, remember that the CCA cannot proceed without Commission approval of the aggregation plan, a significant component of which is the procurement plan. And if the procurement plan states that we will be buying, as I described, in tandem with the utilities and the SOS procurements, we will have to be. That is the path we will have to take. We will be buying at or approximately the same price.
And I think, just to add to that, I think your statement about if we don't get it right, it'll be Montgomery County customers that suffer. And I think that's absolutely right. And we're very aware of that, because what we don't want is our customers whiplash back and forth between, well, the SOS price was this now, and next year might be
And
that.
no
So-
pressure on you that Commissioner Barvey and I are Montgomery County
Right.
residents. Okay.
Well, there are CCAs out there that have taken different approaches, that have taken more aggressive approaches, that jump in and out of the market. It doesn't always end well. That is not the approach that we will be taking. We will be taking a very conservative approach. The base product to which customers will be enrolled in will be at or below SOS.
Okay. Thank you.
Could I add just one additional point? Thank you, Chairman. I think there's one aspect of this we haven't talked about. I think we're getting to a better understanding. I'm sorry I didn't understand your question better before, but if we went forward with the contracts as is, and we went forward with that, this October, it would be fine, no issues. But for this coming April in 2025, we would be saying to the suppliers, the total, SOS load right now is about 50 megawatts. By the time we get to 2027, you might have 25, but you also might still have 50. because maybe, you don't approve a aggregation plan, or maybe it's delayed, because of the county council or this proceeding or whatever. So you'd be saying to them, well, maybe it looks like 50, but it could only be 25. And maybe, but, if it happens with very little opt-outs, maybe it's 26. Or you have a lot of opt-outs and it's 30 or 35. So you get this wide range of possibilities, and they have to put a number on that this coming April. And they won't have the benefit of all this, information that will come over the next couple of, year and a half to 2 years of, here's Montgomery County's, aggregation plan, and here's how it's going to work, and, all of that information won't be there. So, I mean, that's part of the whole issue that we're trying to address, is to give them, one, we're going to say, this procurement is for the PLC we're shooting for here, or your obligation is Prince George's County customers only, plus this additional amount of load that can come in. That relieves them from the idea that, well, if this CCA doesn't happen on time, I still have to serve all those customers. We're relieving them of that, potential outcome, which, in this room we may think, well, that's not going to happen, but we have to think about what the suppliers are thinking about when they're bidding. So we relieve them of that.
Right, but when is so you have this sort of 10% number, or the 10 megawatt number, right? 10 megawatts based on what? So I'm assuming at some point you're going to have to come up with a number that you think is going to reflect the opt-out.
Well, that's the 10 megawatts is
on top of whatever that. So who's going to develop that number?
Well, I mean, that number is going to be in the FSA. You're going to adopt it. If you adopt these changes, that will just be the number.
Well, but that's going to, but the underlying number, is that going to come in through the aggregation plan? Where are we going to see that number?
That number is just going to be in the FSA, and it's not going to change.
But
there isn't going to be any underlying assumed number of opt-outs in the bidding other than this 10 megawatt cap, which is, just a protective cover, if you like, but it's not.
But a protective cover based on, so Pepco's going to go into the bid, and so they're going to assume 10% opt-out.
It's not an explicit assumption. It is implicit. There is an implicit number kind of built into this 10% or 10 megawatt cap, but it's not a number that's ever explicitly out there, and it's not a hard and fast number, because that 10 megawatt cap covers a range of options underneath whatever it amounts to in terms of actual number of customers in Montgomery County.
Okay, so this is just a number we'll never see, but at least the supplier will know that there's a cap of some kind.
No. The 10 megawatts will be in the FSA as soon as you adopt these changes, if you choose to adopt them. That number is, explicitly.
Okay, and what you're saying to the supplier, whatever we agree to, whatever you bid in and whatever we agree to, there's still going to be that 10 megawatt cap, which is going to give you some comfort.
Right.
Okay.
Right. We're going to tell them, we're going to tell you a PLC when you bid, and your supply obligation is capped at that number plus 10 plus another 5 for the ink. So that's what we're telling them going into the bid.
Okay.
And that never changes.
And just in case it helps to visualize like what's actually happening, Commissioner Suchman. So when the auction, the week that the auction occurs, there is a piece of paper at the end that's called the confirmation, and there's a number of megawatt, right? Number of megawatts.
In the confirmation.
Yep. A number of megawatts that is like documented that week. So it's a percentage.
That's only the PLC going into that's only an estimate.
Okay.
It's indicative number based on history.
Okay. But the 10 megawatts is a hard cap.
Commissioner Richard.
Let's see. Just trying to think if there's anything I need to add to that. But I think for the most part, we're kind of interested to hear what Prince George's County plan is, or at least how they respond to this. But it does seem right now with, if your procurement plan for the CCA is successful, as I'm hearing you describe it, you believe you should really have few, if any, opt-outs. Is that correct?
Yes.
So why then do we need to have this OPC plan to increase a cap? Because it seems like that cap increase assumes a certain number of opt-outs. There's a number in mind. Isn't that the case?
Well, so first, let me just say that whatever the number of opt-outs is, PEPCO will procure for those customers.
Correct.
Right.
But you're wanting this risk premium, added, even though you don't believe the CCA is going to really need it. But do you agree, and it seems like from your filings, that you do agree that we're increasing the risk premium that will have to be paid under this?
No, we're reducing the risk premium. Currently, supplier's obligation is uncapped. Remember the number of sandwiches. They have no idea how many sandwiches they're going to have to bring. We tell them 50, but it could be 150. With the OPC proposal, we tell them 50, and the maximum is 65. So we're reducing the risk. We're not increasing the risk. We're reducing the risk. And every single customer that opts out during the opt-out period will be reported to PEPCO. So when PEPCO sets the base PLC on or about the first day of delivery, they're going to procure for that. They're going to procure for all those customers. And because, like I described with the procurement plan, as well as history of other CCAs around the country, the number is going to be low and it won't exceed the 10 megawatts.
Okay. Well, I'm interested to hear from Prince George's County, but it seems like you're having this picnic that Prince George's County is not invited to.
Well,
and you're hoping they all like the sandwiches. But if they don't, you'd still like Prince George's County to buy some extra sandwiches just in case.
Well, I mean, assuming that, and one has to assume that we perform the procurement as I've described, because you won't approve it if we don't.
Well, hopefully everyone loves your sandwiches.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
But if they don't,
right.
Who pays for those extra sandwiches?
Well, I mean, it's not, this is where the metaphor sort of starts to fall apart, because
Right. Well, I'm starting to get really hungry, too, so
one's
maybe-
cheaper the electricity's, all kilowatts stays the same,
Okay.
some just cost less than others, so,
And I guess I would say that it's the presence of the existence of the CCA itself, when the General Assembly adopted the law, that created the uncertainty, and this cap putting in reduces that uncertainty.
And again, don't get me wrong. I've been trying to be. I think I've been very supportive of the pilot, and even with the regulations, we didn't use the Prince George's County language. We decided, well, when it gets to the mitigation phase, we would look to the SOS procurement. So that's kind of where we are now. This day finally came.
And we
So-
appreciate your
yeah,
support,
We're talking
yes.
about it, but again, we just need to figure out what's fair. And again, what we're hearing from Prince George's County is, at this point, they're not really a part of this pilot, but despite the promises of the county that they wouldn't have to pay for any of, the extra costs, it looks like some of these costs are going to still end up there. So again, I want to be careful here. That's something I think if you want to respond to it, but again, it seems that Prince George's County at this phase is simply asking, can we know how many sandwiches we need, okay? We just want to buy that number of sandwiches, and then once they figure out what Montgomery County needs, then maybe we can get this SOS process back working again.
Well, I mean, we believe that the commission should be comforted by the fact that it's OPC who put forth this proposal of its own volition.
And again, I understand that, and it's a very thoughtful proposal that we will consider. But again, I'm still trying to weigh how we make sure that this is in fact fair to all the people who want sandwiches.
Well, and I think that Mr. Fields also elaborated the point very eloquently and very clearly when he described a very small number of Montgomery County customers who would be completely left out in the cold, would be effectively thrown off of SOS as the General Assembly has envisioned it for 20 years, and balancing like that risk for customers who didn't do anything except exercise their right to opt out, as opposed to like another county which admittedly isn't part of the CCA, but
I understand all that. Yeah,
Okay.
we want to make sure we are looking out for all customers, and I'd like to see CCA be very successful, just as you envision it, so that again maybe we don't have to buy too many sandwiches.
Well, and a question was also asked. I believe it was you, Commissioner Richard, who asked about the counties, and there's not like Prince George's County SOS and Montgomery County SOS. There's like Pepco SOS, BG&E. Like there are differences between customers in SOS, but SOS is the S stands for standard. They take all customers, no matter where they live, how much load what their load is, how much energy they consume, what their creditworthiness is, which county they live in, how big their house is. Like it's all SOS.
I agree. So with that, thank you. And,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Barbe.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, we have a proposal from Prince George's County and from OPC. We don't have one explicitly from Montgomery County. So if we chose to do neither of these things, what would Montgomery County's posture be?
Well, we believe that the OPC proposal should be adopted by the Commission.
We would scratch out OPC and put Montgomery County at the top and
Resubmit it.
adopt that, yeah.
We 100% endorse what OPC.
What
is
would be the
proposing.
effect of us doing neither of these things?
I don't think we could move forward with an aggregation plan because we wouldn't know how SOS would be procured going forward. We need some understanding of that to be able to draft an aggregation plan to submit to you for approval.
Okay. You're very confident that Montgomery County is going to beat SOS. I mean, very confident. But we're not requiring by regulation that be the case.
Correct.
Should we? Because let me tell you, if Montgomery County doesn't beat SOS, bad things are going to happen.
That's why we're designing the procurement plan that we're designing and that we will be submitting to you. We understand that we can't stand up a CCA with a price that's higher than SOS. That won't work. It just won't work. That's yeah.
I talked to a number of people, and I'm sure Mr. Krautheimer has as well, in developing this, that said, never promise that your prices will be lower than SOS. And we're not doing that. But what we're doing is going to extraordinary lengths to try to make the likelihood of that very high. So we're not guaranteeing it. We will never guarantee it. That will be explicit in what we'll say. What we're trying to achieve is long-term price stability too, so that over a long period of time, prices of the CCA are at or lower than SOS. But at any point in time, and if you look at CCAs that exist now, you'll see that they sometimes are above and sometimes are below. But we feel like we will be able to, for the base product that we're offering, be at or below SOS. Now, there will be options. People want to get greener power, and we would like as many people to get greener power as possible, but that will be their choice. And those products may be higher than SOS. And again, you'll see fluctuations. Look at Boston, for example, over the 3 years they've been in existence, 2 years they've been in existence. Sometimes even their 100% clean energy has been cheaper than SOS. And sometimes it's been a little bit higher, so they fluctuate. But their base product has always been lower than SOS as far as I know.
So, in your view, if we were to adopt the Prince George's County proposal and basically create a tiny Prince George's County SOS and a tiny Montgomery County SOS, that would probably have the effect of raising prices for both. It would probably have the effect of raising prices in both Montgomery County for the opt-outs and Prince George's County, wouldn't it?
Well, with regard to the Pepco customers who live in Montgomery County, as we talked, when you think about the timing of how the auctions happen,
right.
They happen 2 years, 18 months, 6 months in advance, and so the opt-outs aren't submitted until a couple weeks before delivery.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't have a procurement more than a couple weeks before delivery if you don't know how many customers you're going to have. Like, if we tell you we're going to launch in 18 months, but the opt-outs don't begin really till like the last 30 days, if we go out to market and say, hey, like, who wants to supply power to Montgomery County, to Pepco customers in Montgomery County, we don't know how many they're going to be. Anywhere from 0 to like 100,000 or more, like, no one's going to bid on that. They wouldn't even know how to price that. They
No,
wouldn't know it.
well, the question I'm asking is that if we were to adopt the Prince George's County proposal, it would probably, it seems to me, it would have a counterintuitive effect on Prince George's County SOS customers, probably have a negative effect on them, wouldn't it?
I can only speak to to the impact on on Pepco customers in Montgomery County who would be extremely adversely affected by that.
It's still a very sizable load of Prince George's County residents that would be in that SOS. So I think in their filing, they mentioned that they would still be a bigger pool of customers than some of the other utilities serving.
Mr. Edwards really just made the point that I would have made as well. I mean, it would be a reduced size pool for Prince George's County, but it would still be large enough that they probably would not see much, if any, effect on their pricing for that.
We don't envision a scenario in which the General Assembly, when passing the CCA pilot bill, could have possibly envisioned that Montgomery County customers who opt out would have no price to compare and would have no semblance of an SOS product at their availability. I might more so now. Even I think we can say that than back then when the bill was passed.
No, that's true. I mean, that's what we were thinking. That's true. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So when we started this discussion a little earlier, I asked Mr. Spivak about what pieces of these things needed to be decided today. There were a certain number of revisions that were offered that were consensus positions, and then there was this one issue that wasn't. And the indication I got from him was that he needed a decision from us on all the consensus stuff that was in the report, but that this issue could, maybe wait a day or two. But I guess the indication I got from you folks is that that's not true. You need a decision from us today, too.
No, I think this decision could wait a day or two. We would not like it to wait months.
Well,
I understand.
Well, it has
Okay.
to go into the FSA, though.
Yeah. What's that?
So whatever the deadline is to get into the FSA now is when it has to be decided.
Yeah, no, I understand that. So, but,
Yeah.
but okay, just
Right,
so I clarify that. All right. Well, actually, everybody's asked all the questions I was going to ask. So, thank you very much, and I guess we'll turn to Prince George's County.
1 minute.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you go ahead. Actually, just hold up a few minutes. So.
Good afternoon again, Chair Hoover, Commissioners. I just wanted to respond quickly to your last question about what you need to approve today. Like I
Yeah.
said, all of the consensus changes, definitely.
Mhm.
With respect to the OPC proposal versus the PG County proposal, it would be preferable to decide that sooner rather than later, so that it can be done Friday, because what happens is the suppliers sign a single FSA usually at the beginning of the bid year, although maybe if they start later in the year, it might be later. And then they sign individual transaction sheets for the bids they actually win when they're won. So if we had to change the FSA between now and April, we probably could, but it would be preferable not to have to do that.
All right, so given that, give me a drop dead date.
All right. For everything that needs to be done before this Friday, because the RFP has to go live. So that's the drop dead date for that. For the FSA, again, if you want to have it fixed before the bidding, then that needs to be that date as well. If you are willing to let it change between now and April, then you can delay a little bit longer. Understanding still that Montgomery County needs a decision fairly soon for their purposes.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Hoover, Commissioners. James McGee on behalf of Prince George's County. Prince George's County has a couple people that are involved in this process and sometimes with me, but unfortunately both people involved became ill recently, and so they weren't able to come today. So I apologize for that. It's certainly a very important issue for them, and they would be here if they could. With that, I want to talk about a couple areas. I think everybody's on the same page, but we can talk more if not. We believe that it's undisputed that everyone agrees that the CCA does inject substantial load migration risk. And so if there's no change to any of the documents, that's going to be a problem. So we all agree that there has to be a change. The question just is, well, how? What is that change? Is it the OPC's proposal, or is it Prince George's County's proposal? The OPC proposal, even if no one opts out of the CCA and everyone goes with the CCA, there's still a risk premium that's added to the bids just because of the possibility of what's going to happen. It's a new product. And so that'll be borne by all SOS ratepayers. In either construct, those are either 100% Prince George's County residents, yes, 100% Prince George's County residents, plus the X% of Montgomery County SOS residents. We don't know what that would be. But even if there's zero opt-out and you're just left with Prince George's County, then now that risk premium just went all to Prince George's County residents and small commercial customers. So we've also talked a lot about this 10 megawatt cap, and it's not quite. Sometimes other people are saying 15, and that's the real number. It's a 10 megawatt cap from the beginning of the auction. So if it's a 50 megawatt block, that's the supplier's obligation at that time. Once the power starts to flow 2 years later, if the CCA starts then, the OPC proposal caps that exposure at 10% or 10 megawatts initially. So now we go up to 60, and then the normal Inc. deck provision would come into play. So that would be after power flow starts, if more people decide to opt out at different times, and so that can go up 5 megawatts. So it's really 15 megawatts. So you started at 50, and the supplier would be contractually on the hook for up to 65. So that's 30%. 20% for the 10 megawatts, and then another 5. So that's 30% of a potential. This is a very different product than what's been bid for the past 15 to 20 years under SOS. And that's a new risk that the supplier is going to have to figure out. The current process does not cap the load amount from the auction bid date to when they have to provide the power. But the suppliers are used to that. They're used to understanding and pricing into their contract the amount of load between those two dates. But the new risk is the opt-out risk. And so unequivocally, suppliers are going to increase their prices as a result. We have no idea how much, but we know there will be an increase because there's a new risk. And Commissioner Suchman, you talked about this before and asked a question. There are two risks. One is if the supplier has to serve more load than they thought. The other risk is during this 2-year contract, what if they supply less? And so now there's a second risk that the OPC the proposal does not contemplate. Theirs is just a cap. Oh, we want to make sure that if tons of Montgomery County customers opt out, we're going to cap exposure. But what if a year into a 2-year contract, because of all the good efforts by Montgomery County saying how good their CCA is, and what if it really is, and it does beat the price? Now you have more people that will change their mind. They opted out before. It's not a 100% opt-out for their life. They could easily go back to the CCA. So that's another risk that the suppliers are seeing that isn't addressed by the OPC proposal. At some point during that 2-year contract, customers can leave SOS, go back to the CCA. So this issue is really, should Prince George's County have to subsidize Montgomery County's choice? Because of the CCA exists, and there are additional risks and costs associated with it. And should Prince George's County have to subsidize those when Prince George's County has no benefit? No one in Prince George's County can opt into the CCA. That doesn't exist. And so Montgomery County is asking that the risks and the costs are shared with Prince George's County, and we don't think that's appropriate. That does violate the cost causation principle, which the Commission has respected in rate-making proceedings, and that just isn't appropriate here for Montgomery County to create that cost and then have it shared with Prince George's County. Even if it's really small, so Mr. Spivak talked about getting the consultants to give them some type of number, some type of estimate. How do we figure out how big this risk is? Well, what if it's just small? What if it's $1? It's $1 a month as a result of what this would create. So it's a 2-year contract, so that's 24 months, so it's $24 that one resident might have to pay. Now multiply it by the number of customers that are in Prince George's County, which are 200,000. So let's say that 10% of them take their power from retail supply. So now you're at 180,000 SOS customers. 180,000 times that $24, which seems kind of small. Now we're at $4.32 million. And that's just for one of the contract years that or one of the procurements that we're talking about. This issue isn't just a one-time thing. This will be, we have it in April, and then we're going to have it again in October, and then April. Keep on going. We're going to have at least 4 before the CCA ever begins, and that's at their earliest, and it might be even later. So you're having multiple procurements with these higher risks that are being shared amongst all of Prince George's County SOS customers and whatever amount of Montgomery County customers that happen to opt out of the CCA. There's a couple things I want to respond to that Montgomery County stated here and also in their comments. And one was saying that, the change of the FSA that OPC is saying where, hey, let's cap this exposure at 10 megawatts for the suppliers, and the initial cap, that has merit on its own, even without the CCA, because, and they say 3 things, because it reduces supplier risk. That's true, I agree with that, which will logically result in lower bid prices. That's true too, and thus lower SOS prices. That's the part that's not true. So this is a cap saying, hey, supplier, you don't have to provide more than this 60 megawatt, 50 plus the 10, right? Well, let's say that between the auction date and the power delivery date, it's 72 megawatts. All right, so the 10 megawatts, that's capped. Now there's 12 left over. The supplier doesn't have to worry about it, but those are still residents and small commercial customers in PEPCO's territory that need power. PEPCO then has to go procure that. So yes, while it's true that the SOS portion would go down as it relates to the wholesale auctions, these 2-year rolling contracts, Pepco still has to go procure 12 megawatts in that example from somewhere else, spot, otherwise, however they're going to do it. So the total price then that customer is going to pay it is not automatically lower. I have no idea if it's the same, higher, lower, but just because the normal rolling 2-year SOS bid price might go down doesn't mean the total price that the consumer actually pays goes down because of that extra power that Pepco would have to procure. And I think Mr. Spivak said this before too, there's a balancing of who will bear the risk when SOS was created, the suppliers and the utility customers. And the FSA was put in play to try to balance that risk. That's why there is no cap right now, because the commission and the parties at the time all decided that we're not going to cap it. That's something the suppliers are going to manage. So it's not that this type of cap should happen without the CCA. Well, that's a shifting of risk that this commission and others decided that's not appropriate. Montgomery County also said in their comments that the General Assembly, with good reason, anticipated that SOS would continue to be available for customers who exercise their statutory right to opt out of the CCA by choosing to remain on SOS. That's right, and that'll still happen. SOS is the default service. It's not, it must be a 2-year rolling contract that procures 25% of the power. That's our current construct, but SOS is the default. It's standard offer service. And so that'll still continue no matter what under either proposal. Montgomery County listed on their 3rd page a series of different benefits that they see from the OPC proposal. And one is, they said, it provides SOS customers, regardless of the geographic location, the same benefits that they've always received as a result of the 4-cycle SOS procurement process. And as I stated before, I mean, that's not true, because there will be a higher price, a higher risk premium that the supplier will put in, even if everyone opts out. The other 3 benefits that they list are purely related to Montgomery County. And then finally, in their comments, they said it's simply inconceivable that the General Assembly, when establishing the CCA pilot, expected that Pepco's SOS customers in Montgomery County would be subject to an SOS different from every other SOS customer in the state. Well, I disagree with that statement, because Montgomery County has a different SOS price than many other jurisdictions. Montgomery County customer pays something different than BG&E pays, different than Potomac Edison pays, and different than all the cooperatives pay, because they have blended portfolios. So there is no one SOS structure or price for the entire state. So I don't believe that Montgomery County's singled out in that way. The CCA is silent as to the allocation of risk or of cost of the CCA. And so therefore the Commission's existing authority and legal principles should apply. And the bottom line is that Montgomery County wants the benefit of the CCA, but wants to share its costs and risks. And we believe that that's inappropriate. It violates the longstanding rate-making principles of cost causation. And the CCA costs and risks should not be placed on Prince George's County residents and small commercial customers. Thank you, and I'm here to answer any questions you have.
Okay, Commissioner, let me start him. Commissioner Richard, any questions?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Barbie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Roughly how many Prince Georgians are on SOS, are SOS customers? Do you have that number off the top of your head?
So I have a document that Pepco provided the parties and said as of October 1st, 2023, I have that number, and it's approximately 200,000. Okay. And for Montgomery, it's approximately 275. But
okay.
I'm sure Pepco can update that or correct me.
Okay. I don't fundamentally, I must be making the mistake, but I don't fundamentally understand how your proposal benefits Prince Georgians. Let me explain. Let's say as a result of CCA, the CCA project, Montgomery County has 50,000 people who opt out, okay? So they would be an SOS along with the 200,000 Prince Georgians, so that would be a total number of 250. But if we were to adopt your proposal and separately bid the 50,000 in Montgomery County and the 200,000 in Prince George's, wouldn't that be a smaller pool from which to negotiate? Wouldn't that hurt the bid process for Prince Georgians?
So a couple things on that. First, it's not a negotiation. It's a blind auction. So there's no negotiation.
Forgive me, yeah, but still, a bigger number is going to draw a better price, isn't it?
In theory, it may, but whether a supplier is going to, it's about, is the supplier going to participate in the process or not? I think that's the question. So if there's a small amount of customers that could potentially be won, does the supplier want to decide to get the effort together in order to bid on that process?
But as a general principle, isn't it better to have a larger number of customers rather than a smaller number?
In a general economic principle, yes, I agree with you, but I don't think it's like that. I think it's, will I bother bidding on this amount of load or not? And so the Prince George's County number is still bigger than what Delmarva has. So we don't have any fear that, well, geez, our supplier's just not going to come. Is 200,000 not enough? We don't see that as a realistic risk, and I'm not aware that any of the parties do either, because it's still more than Delmarva, and they still conduct a robust competitive process. So we're not concerned about that. The bigger concern, Commissioner Barvey, is that 50,000 number that you gave, that's not a real number. No one knows. That's the whole issue. Nobody knows what number that's going to be. So the Prince George's County number, that's set based on historical load data. That's information that the suppliers can have. PEPCO has divided it by Prince George's County and Montgomery County, so they can provide suppliers that sufficient information for them to say, okay, historically Prince George's County has had this amount of load, so we can comfortably bid. The issue is we have absolutely no one has any idea how much Montgomery County load there will be, and whether that's 5% or that's 10% or that's 15% or it's 100% because the CCA doesn't start at the time that it was supposed to. We don't know what it is, and so that risk is the issue.
Well, let's talk about risk and cost causation, since you've brought this up. Here's the way I view it, and please make a counter argument to this if you could. I view the law that created the pilot program to be the cost causer, not Montgomery County. And let me explain what I mean by that. When the legislature passed this law to create this pilot program, it was understood that there could be some downsides for some people. But now that Montgomery County is undertaking the action to implement this, I don't see them as the cost causer, because the law was created by the legislature. There was the possibility of some downside in the in the pilot program. Nonetheless, everybody from Montgomery County and Prince George's County in both the House and the Senate voted for it, knowing, with our eyes wide open. So who really was the cost causer here?
So I would still submit that it's Montgomery County, because this only applies to them. So Section B of that statute, this section applies only in Montgomery County. Clearly, Montgomery County wanted this bill to be passed. If they didn't want it passed, it wouldn't have come up. It would have been in a different county. So it's clearly as a result of some people in Montgomery County that proposed this bill. The second thing is they're the people that get the benefit. So it's not necessarily just looking at who caused this cost. Well, no, there's benefits here. So Montgomery County believes that there's benefits. They're the only ones receiving the benefits. And so therefore, because they're the only ones receiving the benefits, the cost causation principles would say that they should be the ones that bear the costs.
All right, let me try going at this a different way. The very fact that some jurisdiction, doesn't matter which jurisdiction, the very fact that a law like this is passed that would allow community choice aggregation to exist means that there might be a negative impact upon other jurisdictions, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And is it fair to say that the people who made this public policy decision understood that this might be a possibility?
So I don't know what the legislative intent was collectively.
I was
understand you're a
I was
legislator.
there.
I totally get it. But
I was there. Yeah, we did this with our eyes wide open.
Right.
So I just have a problem with the notion that somehow after the legislature takes an action for which there will be both positive and negative effects, that actors who operate within this law are somehow uniquely causers of the positive or negative effects. I think you've reversed cause and effect here.
I'll stand by what I said before. I don't think there's anything else that I could add to it.
And you still think a smaller number of people is better than a bigger number of people when you're going for a bid process?
I'll still stand on what I said. Based on this procurement, to me, it's not, is it 200,000 people or 400,000 people? It's, will suppliers make the effort to put in the bid? And we believe that they will. And we're not concerned that it's just Prince George's County load as opposed to the full PEPCO load. And anyway, whether I think that or not, that's what OPC's proposal is too. So just so we're clear on this, OPC's proposal is we're taking the Prince George's County load. So that's exactly what my proposal is too. And we're going to bid on that. But then in OPC's proposal, there could be up to this 15 megawatts added to it from Montgomery County. So we're still starting at Prince George's County in either scenario. You're still attracting the same type of bidders in either scenario. It's just, is there no risk for Prince George's County? Because it's the same. Whether it's the current structure now and the CCA never existed, or it's the type of bidding that I'm talking about, there's no added risk premium for Prince George's County. For OPC's proposal, again, we're starting with the same base, Prince George's County load. And then there's just the ability in OPC to add some Montgomery County load in there.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Sushman.
So I'm intrigued by Commissioner Barvey's line of questioning, and it is sort of an interesting. I mean, the legislature does all kinds of things, and then imposes those costs on ratepayers. Could be anywhere, and so that is a bit of cost causation. The thing about this proposal is that it's a pilot, and a pilot that is going to benefit not just Montgomery County, but it's going to benefit the entire state, and because everybody's going to get benefit from looking to see what Montgomery County has done, and the OPC proposal is sort of trying on some level, as I see it, to thread the needle in terms of risk for, Montgomery County is coming in with a proposal, but from what I've heard today, the risk is going to be mostly borne on in terms of the ratepayers within Montgomery County. The ratepayers from Prince George's County are going to be the risk that you're running, the ratepayers are running there, is that risk premium that we've been talking about, which is it's unclear to me what we're going to see in terms of an increase, because I don't think anybody knows, and it was sort of interesting when Montgomery County was talking to us, Mr. Krathammer was talking about the fact that for the first time there's going to be a cap of 10 megawatts that hadn't been there before, and it's certainly a possibility. And I'm no expert on auctions by any stretch, but it's certainly a possibility that suppliers coming in could see that as an advantage to them. That gives them a little bit more comfort, so that perhaps the risk premium will go down. I think we don't know. But if we accept the fact that there's going to be some potential increase in the price for SOS based on this risk premium, the risk is mostly going to be borne by the ratepayers in Montgomery County. Certainly, to the extent that if there's a large migration off of CCA, they're going to be paying the additional costs from a spot market, which is probably going to result in higher rates for them. But I guess if we step back and look at the pilot as a pilot for all of Maryland, where Montgomery County is stepping up and taking the first crack at it, then it's really the cost causation is really not from the county, but it's from the legislature wanting to see how this is going to work in Maryland. So I'm maybe I've broken you.
No, we're asking a question based on.
I guess the question is, I wonder if you can talk to me about. I mean, I'm still trying to get my hands around the risk premium, because that's what we're talking about. That Prince George's County you want Prince George's County ratepayers to have had no impact from this, even though on some level you're going to have the ratepayers are going to see the benefit of or the cost of going with the CCA because another county is stepping up and taking that chance.
I understand that. So Prince George's County or Wacomico County or Garrett County, all of the non-Montgomery County customers are going to get learnings, and they're going to see. I won't call it benefit because I have no idea if it'll be a benefit or not a benefit.
That's exactly it.
But so the other counties throughout the state will see learnings, and they'll see what occurs. That to me doesn't justify that Prince George's County, as opposed to Garrett or Wacomico or anybody else, they don't have to pay as a result of if there are adverse consequences. And so, that's why Prince George's is connected to Montgomery County because it's in the PEPCO service territory. But there's no other benefits that Prince George's would get over all the other counties that I just referenced. So,
right.
So why would we be paying for?
Well, and that's the other piece of it, is that I'm not, since we don't have a lot of good data, I don't know that we even know that there is going to be a risk premium associated with this.
So I don't believe that any party, other than the wrinkle that Montgomery County mentioned, I'll come back to it, but I think all other parties believe that there will be a risk premium that's put on this because there is an unknown amount of Montgomery County residents and small commercial customers that the supplier is going to have to deal with. And that could be higher or lower, and we've kind of gone through what those examples are. But it's risk. So I don't think that's a question. The question is, well, how much risk? No one can answer that question. No one here is a supplier. No supplier has said it's 1%, it's $1. It's what we don't have that information. Staff talked about having their consultant try to figure that out, and is there something? They see all the wholesale procurements. They'll have more insight than all of us, but no one here represents suppliers or are suppliers to be able to say what that will be. But I don't think there's a dispute that it will be something. And now the wrinkle from Montgomery County. So what they're saying is, well, hey, this exposure from the time that you bid till the time that you have to supply the power 2 years later, that was never capped before. And so let's cap it. That's what this 10 megawatts is about. Let's try to cap that. And maybe this should be done regardless of the CCA, because we should do this. We should cap the supplier exposure, because then their prices will go down as a result of their decreased risk. I agree with those two things. they then say, well, as a result of that, SOS prices would be lower. That's the part I don't agree with, because just because the SOS wholesale supplier rate goes down, if they, because of the cap, that fundamentally means that there could be times when a cap hits and there's amount of power that has not been procured and that Pepco has to get it. So even though there's a SOS wholesale 2-year contract supplier decrease of a price, you have this power that's not contracted for because that cap is hit, and now Pepco has to go to the market to get it.
Right, but
I'm not saying it's higher or lower, because no one will ever know that.
But the point there is that the difference is going to be eaten by the ratepayers in Montgomery County. You won't be affected by once that cap is hit. That will have no impact on Prince George's County residents.
So that, I don't believe that's correct, and OPC could chime in. So
I thought that was the proposal.
So how I understand the proposal is that there's the 10 megawatt cap. Whatever bidding occurred as a result, and that increased the prices in general, that exists, and that gets paid to all, that's borne on all SOS customers. But aside from that, once the 10 megawatt cap is hit, that's before power flow. Now 30 days, 40 days later, now we're at power flow, and if more people start to opt out, it can go up 5 more megawatts. What OPC's proposal is, let's just cut it in half. That 5 megawatt increase, Prince George's County, you get 2.5. Montgomery County, you get 2.5. And we'll look to see, well, where did this 5 come from? And if more than 2.5 came from Montgomery County, that's the amount that will only have to be borne by Montgomery County, and not Prince George's County. So there's still the issue of getting to the 10. There's still the issue of the Inc. amount, the 2.5, which we've said has never occurred before. It'd be unprecedented for Prince George's County to deviate that much to have that Inc. go up 2.5 megawatts. So we would be absorbing that. After that amount, yes, that's absolutely right. OPC, in their proposal, guards against a disaster that I don't know, 20%, 25% or more of people in Montgomery County opt out. It does guard that, but it does not guard on what Montgomery County expects to occur in terms of the percentage of people that would opt out. There will be more people that will be opting out, that will trigger.
But we're only talking about the cost of that's going to be borne by Pepco having to go to the spot market. And I thought under the OPC proposal that all those costs are going to be borne by Montgomery County residents. And maybe Mr. Fields can clarify that.
I believe that part is correct.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay.
The only way that Prince George's County customers would have to pay for any of that additional procurement is if somehow the Prince George's County SOS load went up more than that 2.5 that Mr. McGee was talking about, which would be unprecedented. But in writing the contract language, we included that because that would be a fair result if that Prince George's County load actually went up that much, and you needed to, the Inc. got triggered and you needed to do some procurement, they should have some cost responsibility, but that's extremely unlikely to happen. So in all, likely scenarios, Montgomery County is going to pay for the whole thing.
Right, and so then when we get back to the risk premium, recognizing that there is a new wrinkle and that wasn't there before, because now there's a cap that there wasn't before. We don't know what the impact of that is. It could be, it could represent an increase in cost, or it could actually result in a decrease in the prices bid, because all of a sudden the supplier has some comfort in what it needs to supply in a way that it didn't before.
so on that point, the 10 megawatt cap hasn't been hit before. That's taking the market forces that would make the bid at the time of the auction and the time of delivery, taking a high amount of that. Then they're adding an amount that might opt out of Montgomery County. So if the 10 gets hit, that would be a first in the state, from what I understand.
Well, that's because we've never had a situation where you're taking a whole
Right,
bunch
so
of SOS load and moving it.
but-
So everything about this is kind of unprecedented.
Right, but if let's say it goes 9.9 and it didn't hit that 10 cap, I mean, under what you're saying, you're thinking that the suppliers should actually bid less and have a less premium because they only went to 9.9. Well, but they never went to 9.9 in the first place in their history of bidding before. So just because the cap doesn't get hit doesn't mean that suppliers are going to go lower. We don't know. That's a major issue. No one knows what a supplier is going to do. Again, I don't believe anybody thinks that it'll be a decreased price that the supply or a decreased risk premium. I don't.
Well, and I understand.
What
And I
that
understand that. I'm right. No one has a crystal ball, and that's why I was thinking that what OPC is offering sort of gives some comfort to Prince George's County residents that to the extent that there is a big opt out, you're not going to get hit with those increased costs. Montgomery County residents will.
I understand that, but it's at and I acknowledge that their proposal guards against a disaster or a really bad scenario. I don't believe it guards at all as to a likely potential scenario. And again, just because the CCA is there and because there's this risk of what the supplier will have to bid, that their premium goes up, and it's going to be an incurred cost as a result.
Well, Mr. McGee, I think the reality is that splitting them off so that you have Prince George's County as a pool for SOS, and then this unknown pool for Montgomery County, I think it's just not doable. I mean, I don't see how we in good conscience, or at least I don't see how I could vote for something like this, because for those customers that opt out of CCA and go to SOS, they're not going to have, there's not going to be a pool enough for them, and you've heard that from others, to be able to do an auction. So they're going to be at the whim of the spot market, and I just don't see that I don't see that's that I mean, I understand that's your proposal, but I don't see that it's a proposal we could ever accept. So I'm just sort of wondering if it's not going to be OPC, is there some other way that we can thread this needle?
So what about this? So what Montgomery County is saying is that for those people that have to pay on the spot, which could happen with OPC's proposal, by the way, right? So if enough people opt out, those people are going to exist. OPC and Montgomery County want that amount to be shared with Prince George's County SOS customers. What if it's not, and what if it's shared not just by those customers that opt out, so the Montgomery SOS? What if it's all of Montgomery County customers that include the CCA? So then in the CCA structure, you're going to spread that cost then to the 230 or how many ever.
Yeah,
people
and
in
that will
Montgomery County
doom it to failure, because if those customers are at the whim of the spot market and the prices are really high, and then they get shared with all of Montgomery County customers, then they would have been better off just staying on SOS. I mean, that risk is so high that it's hard for me to maybe something else. I'm not. I mean, the whole point of this is to try to protect residential customers and to guard against scary scenarios, and sort of having all of Montgomery County beyond the spot market or sharing in the in the prices we see from spot markets. I just don't see that that's a good result. That's all I have.
Okay, so I have a little bit of familiarity with this, but the under the Public Utility article, the Office of People's Counsel is to represent the interest of residential customers before this commission and states and courts. So that means the residential customers in Prince George's County as well as the residential customers in Montgomery County. So given that mandate, why do you think their proposal isn't fair to both? Since your clients, the residents of Prince George's County, are also OPC's clients.
I understand the question, and it's a good one. I think that OPC just has an inherent conflict in this particular issue because they're also trying to look out for both. So admittedly, I'm charged to represent Prince George's County and look out for Prince George's County residents and small commercial customers. OPC has a dual role. And so they are looking out for both to figure out how do we, as it's been said, thread the needle. How do we, and that's ultimately your charge as well, is to look out for both. Mine is not. Mine is to make sure that Prince George's County customers are adequately represented. And again, I believe that based on the causation principle, that where my client gets no benefit, no tangible benefit for sure, from this process, past precedent would show that my client shouldn't have to bear the cost as a result.
Well, and I guess I don't want to replow this ground about, how the CCA came about, but it was done by the Maryland General Assembly. I mean, they're the folks that write the rules that we have to pay attention to, that OPC has to pay attention to. And so they created this through their process, which included, representatives from Prince George's County. And as was alluded to, it was enacted by the Maryland General Assembly. So it's any perceived unfairness that what they did, we really can't do anything about. I mean, it's a fact of life. We have to implement what they've put forward, and we have to try to do that in a way that, safeguards all the customers that are in front of us, the residential customers, the commercial customers, the industrial customers. And so, we're trying to make, a difficult decision here without creating more problems. And I guess one of the concerns that I've had, and I kind of raised it earlier with some of the other folks, is that if we adopt your proposal, that we may run a risk that the pot of customers from Montgomery County that would be part of the auction would be so small that they really would see harm because they wouldn't be an attractive customer for suppliers, as opposed to mixing them with your clients. And at least at that way, we get a better price for all the folks involved, as opposed to maybe a better price for your folks alone and a really bad price for them all alone.
Right. I understand. And the CCA statute is not in isolation. There are other provisions in the PUA article that allow you to do other things. And there's obviously the fundamental concept of having the rates be just and reasonable. And so what I would say is that if you went the OPC route, the rate that you're setting for Prince George's County residents is not just and reasonable. And so it's more than just the CCA statute. The CCA statute does not say what should happen with price. This is a lot of stuff, but it doesn't say how to allocate what we're talking about here. So I don't, respectfully, I don't think that that's the only law that you're looking at. And again, that doesn't go into the rate-making principles that aren't in a statute, but that you have power to do, and that you do every distribution rate case or the EV case, or there was a case regarding supplier consolidated billing, and you had to figure out how are we going to deal with the cost causers, which are the suppliers that wanted supplier consolidated billing versus the other benefits and the barriers of entry, and you ultimately decided, no, suppliers, you caused it, you want this, you'll pay it over time. Eventually, from the ratepayers, we'll put it up front. Same concept. So those rate making principles have not been changed as a result of the CCA statute.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. So why don't we actually hear from Pepco, and as I said at the outset, I mean, I'm actually interested if Pepco has a view about these two choices.
I've taken copious notes, so I'm going to bring all of them up here with me. But I do, Taylor Beckham, on behalf of Potomac Electric Power Company, and recognizing that it's me versus food right now, I will
have no fear.
Certainly, you know,
sandwiches?
I will adopt the adage to be brief, Pastor, be brief. And I don't want to plow any ground that's already been plowed, and recognizing that Pepco has the duty to serve all of its customers, both those customers in Montgomery County and Prince George's County, as well as its customers in Maryland, including Delmarva Power, for the Pepco Holdings, Pepco Holdings. But in any event, the key that I really wanted to touch on is the operational effects of a separate procurement. And to do that would essentially, at its most base, would create a third utility procurement. So we'd have the DPL Maryland procurement, we'd have to create a Pepco Montgomery County Maryland procurement, and then a Pepco Prince George's County procurement. That would incur costs. And this is a pilot, as we've talked about throughout the day, but that would incur costs to upgrade our system to allow for 3 separate procurements now instead of our one Pepco Maryland procurement that we do now. Additional resources to run the 3 procurements, as well as upgrade costs to our systems, IT costs. Also, there would be an additional reporting requirement we would think that would come with having to do separate procurements. We've had to split, I'm just trying to find my part here, court's indulgence. The OPC proposal, what it does is, as we've talked about today, it does protect PG County from the price risk that could occur during the CCA startup because it limits the risk to suppliers by restricting how much additional load they could be required to serve up to 10 megawatts. That's the cap we've been talking about. I think the key too is if we do go and create a separate or make our system such that we can do separate utility or separate procurements for a pilot, there's kind of no going back, or it would be very difficult to go back if we decide, hey, the CCA, we didn't like what we saw, we'd want to go back to one procurement. That winding that process back again for a pilot would not be easy. I also want to just say 2 things, 2 additional things. To what needs to be decided today, I know we've kind of plowed that ground, but I do want to make it clear what Pepco has put in forward in front, as far as its bid plan and what is within the PIP report. If the commission were to, we do need the commission to approve it because on Friday we're going to put out the RFPs for our October bid. That does not include an update to the FSA as it stands. If the CCA does start on June 1, 2027, yes, there would be a need to update the FSA. There would not be a need to update this current FSA that we are evaluating now if it actually starts on October 1. So that kind of harkens back to, I think, Mr. Fields' point about why an October 1 start date is actually a little bit more cleaner on top of the summer season issue. Finally, I wanted to give some updated numbers about updated numbers about customers in SOS. So we've got 280 customers in Montgomery County currently on SOS. We've got 280,000. 280,000. I'm sorry. 280 only. I too need a sandwich. 205,000 in Prince George's County, and then for context, within DPL, it's 172,000. So there are differences. It is a different picture, but again, separate procurements means we'd be doing 3 different procurements for these 3 different Maryland entities. I will pause, and I do have with me today Diana Novak, our manager of energy acquisition operations. So we'll both stand here for questions.
Okay. Commissioner Barbe.
Well, I suppose this would be for Diane, was that your name? Diana. Yes, so I had a mini disagreement with the representative from Prince George's County over a point, and maybe you can clarify this, and maybe you can't. But I'm operating on the assumption that when you are going to a bid, larger numbers of people is better than smaller numbers of people. Is that generally correct?
Yeah,
Actually-
one thing I was going to kind of actually have Taylor mention is for Pepco Maryland, we actually have usually about 12 suppliers bidding into our Pepco Maryland auction. EPL Maryland has about 7. So, smaller number of customers, less suppliers interested in the product.
Well, I think it's very obvious that for the Montgomery Countyans who choose not to go with the CCA, it would definitely put them at a disadvantage. But wouldn't it also put the Prince Georgians at a disadvantage to not have those additional people in the pool?
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. Yep.
Okay, thank
Yep.
you.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Fleshman. Commissioner Richard.
No questions, thank you.
Dan,
All right. Actually, I think I'm fine too, so I think we're good.
thank you.
All right, so let me move to approve the 2024 PIP report and the accompanying document revisions exclusive of the SOS procurements during the Montgomery County CCA transition period PIP process. Commissioner Schlesman.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbe.
Aye.
Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye.